For DPE Kart Superstore, of course, our major sponsors. If you are watching on from home, welcome to Hamilton in Western Victoria. 700 metre, 8 metre wide, Buckley Park Raceway. Of course, another one of the drivers that would have grown up driving on slick tyres in the rain. Rogers has come right up to the fore in this one. So Remo Luciani behind him, Fraser High, Jack Johnson, Ben Moritz, Luke Fong, Termine, Dunmore and Keeler, your current field. So they're going to come around and see 6 laps remaining. I'll tell you what, Logan Burton, he is going to be soaked by the time he gets back. So Briggs comes past once again. He's absolutely banging down the door of a round win here in the VCS. If he keeps driving like this, he's going to put himself in an outstanding position. Second still needs Thomas in third, Chambers, then Rogers, Luciani, Hyde, Johnson, Moritz and Fong is your 10. So then you've got Termine, Dunmore and Keeler. So interestingly, several karters did their fastest lap that last time by. Briggs was one of them. So Neitz and also Matthew Keeler, the only ones not to better their lap time that time past the stripe. So Briggs, he had 1.6 seconds. I don't think that's right. So it's 1.1 seconds the margin. Another fastest lap of the race there for Ethan Briggs. So the top 5 all recording their fastest lap of the race that time past. And I'll tell you what, Chris Thomas might be the man on a move here because he's getting closer and closer to Matthew Neitz. So tyre pressures come into wet weather races a lot too. And I tell you what, Neitz was very, very fast at the start. Maybe those tyre pressures were higher than what most started with. Because I tell you what, Thomas is absolutely coming on song for position number 2. Chambers has broken clear of Rogers, then Luciani. Of course, Luciani doing a stellar job in an older model car. Felt like he was a little bit compromised. But I tell you what, he is absolutely wringing its neck to get the most out of it. So Thomas and Neitz, that's where the interest is at the moment. The rest of them relatively spread out. Well, he's got a big run here, Thomas. Will he pop out at the end of the straight? He gets up the inside and does the business. So nice move there from Chris Thomas. Down the hill he comes. We've seen this so many times with Chris Thomas. You only got to add water and he just emerges. So he's made that stick on Neitz. Just starts to, nice drive off the turn down into Siberia. So 1.9 seconds between Briggs and Thomas. So Briggs is pretty well clear. Two laps to remain when he comes past the stripe this time. They go past the stricken Logan Burton kart. So the order, your top 10, Briggs, Thomas, Neitz, Chambers, Rogers, Luciani, Hyde, Johnson, Fong. Here comes Fong with a big slide job on Jack Johnson. So that was a big move by Fong. And I tell you what, Moritz might have a look at Johnson as well. Can't get that done, but that was a big slider from Luke Fong. So the last lap board's been flipped over here for Ethan Briggs. Thomas, Neitz, and Chambers starting to put some work now into Neitz, but I think he's going to run out of time. Derek Rogers and Remo Luciani. He's trying everything, but the track changes up there, so it's very hard to judge how close he actually is, but he's not going to get close enough. Ethan Briggs has just got a couple of corners to finish off to take out the opener in KA3 Medium. Brought to you by Karting Australia, Kont Max's Tyres. It's Ethan Briggs who takes the win from Chris Thomas, Matthew Neitz, Chambers, and then Rogers. Luciani's the next one through. Fraser High. Fong finishes in position number 8. Jack Johnson and Ben Moritz round out the 10. Robbie Termine's next to in 11th. Grace Dunmore and Maddie Keeler. That was KA3 Senior Medium, brought to you by Karting Australia, Kont and Max's. We'll be back soon with Cadet 12. Cadet 12 will be the next class out. We'll run you through the grid just while we wait for the class to come out. Ewan Anderson and Blake Purvis to share the front row. Riley Harrison and Riley Jean, a pair of Rileys on the second row. Lewis Kachina and Dominic McCurry to start from row number 3, and Ash Manu and Oscar Corliss from the 4th. Xavier Mifsud and Alfie Carter to start from the 5th row ahead of Levi Ross and Caden Humphrey. Michael Lampasi and Cooper Leighton Aitken to start from row number 7. Cadet 12 brought to you this weekend by MJ Pressure Works and Techno Kart Victoria, of course, giving away a brand new Techno chassis for drivers to be raffled between drivers that have competed all rounds of the series. So thank you there to MJ Pressure Works and Techno Kart Victoria. And just a reminder, if you do need to contact me for anything you think may add to the commentary, I am available on my AHR Media Facebook page. You just inbox me there. Won't check it straight away, but I can certainly check it. Just a reminder, I don't see your messages on the live stream. Hello to everyone watching along at home on the live stream, but I don't actually see those messages. So if you do need to contact me, only via the AHR Media Facebook page. So Cadet 12, what an epic race we had up in the Wimmera not so long ago. Your winner was Ewan Anderson, but the battle he had with Riley Harrison was one for the ages. And of course, Harrison had won the opening 2 rounds. We didn't see him at Portland. Jai George took the win there, and then Ewan Anderson managed to pull off one of the great passing manoeuvres on the last lap there to win, and a great spirited battle between those 2 young drivers. So Anderson, Purvis, Harrison and G, Kachina, Mercury, Manu and Corliss, Mifsud and Cartridge at 10, with Ross, Humphrey, Lampasi and Lee Aitken rounding out your field in this one. For MJ Pressure Works, Techno Kart Victoria, this is Cadet 12. So all in pretty nice formation at the moment. So we're away. Straight away, Purvis tries to move over. Nothing doing there. Bit of bump and grind. That's Kachina very sideways in the middle of the S's, all over the top of the curb. That's dangerous times for the chain on that kart. Oh, there's a big manoeuvre around the outside there. I think that was Ewan Anderson. So Purvis is actually leading down the straight on the first time. Anderson sits in position number 2. Trying to check. It's I think it's Riley G that's in P3 at the moment. He's looking very threatening. He's a young man on a mission still on his P plates. Riley Harrison sits behind him. Then Mercury. So Mercury's made up some spots. Corliss, Manu, Kashina, Carter, Humphrey, Mifsud, Ross, Lampasi and Lee Aitken. There's obviously some big drive up high at the Siberia. A few of the drivers going right round the outside there, making a really big difference to their grip level. But out front, it's Blake Purvis who leads. Anderson sits in position number 2. G. Harrison. Mercury, Corliss. Manu's the next one through. So a move from Manu at the pit corner. Crisscross from Corliss. Good drive there. Buys Kachina a ticket into the battle. So a good little spicy battle there between those 3. So the first 5 have spread out quite well. Manu has a bit of a look at Corliss at the inside of Siberia. Very hard to pass the kart in the inside there in the rain unless you're right up beside, because the outside line's got more grip. Oh, he's off the track there, I think, Corliss. Manu gets a bit balked, and it allows Kachina to buy right into this one. Of course, Kachina, we've seen him do his stuff in the wet, and he's usually pretty good. But it's Purvis out front. So as I go through, Purvis did not improve on his fastest lap time that time, but did do the fastest lap of anyone on that circuit. So Purvis, of the top 5, was the only one who didn't improve then, but he did the fastest lap of any of them. So there you go, a bit of a fun fact on that last lap. But Purvis continues to lead Anderson. Riley G, who's doing an absolutely mega job in position number 3. Riley Harrison, he's got the blue plates on of the state champion, and Riley G sitting just ahead on the racetrack. Mercury's come forward in position number 5. Then you've got Kachina, who has now got by Corliss and Manu. So Kachina is rising. Corliss, then Manu, Carter, Humphrey, Mifsud, Ross, Lampasi, and Cooper Leighton Aitken. Currently in position at number 14. So still Purvis continues to lead. He's got just over 0.6 of a second on Ewan Anderson. G sits in third from Harrison. Mercury making a little bit of inroad there. Kachina's broken clear of Manu and also Corliss. Next kart through there is Alfie Carter. So Anderson down to 0.4 now. So he's pulled a little bit of margin out. G currently still in position number 3, just did his fastest lap of the race. So now Anderson and G have actually started going just a little bit faster than Purvis. So is Purvis just nursing this kart home? As we saw last night in the footy, it's easier to chase than it is to lead. And now Anderson is really starting to turn the screws. You can visually see the margin coming down. Out of the last corner, Purvis gets the head down. Anderson sits in second. So the margin's still just 0.4 of a second. Going to be 3 laps to go next time past the stripe. 3 laps to sort it out between Purvis and Anderson. Anderson's very good at the end of the straight down the hill. But I tell you what, Purvis is not doing too much wrong at the moment. Margin's just decreasing 0.2, so he took a couple of tenths out of him that time. 39.947 versus a 40.1. So Purvis is pretty good through the middle section of the track, and this is where Anderson really starts the game. We're going to have the added spice here of Cooper Leighton Aitken is going to need to be passed before the end of this race. The blue flags are out. So it hasn't been too much of a disruption yet. So now Purvis goes by. Anderson goes by as well. So both drivers have got through pretty evenly there. So Purvis, Anderson and G. Harrison, Mercury, Kachina. Manu, Corliss, Carter, Humphrey. Here comes Carter past the lap scorer's box. Xavier Mifsud's the next one. Then Lampasi. So it looks like we may have lost. We've lost Caden Humphrey. And also Levi Ross at the end of the straight, so in a precarious position. But the winner in this one is going to be Blake Purvis. Second goes to Ewan Anderson. Riley G, a very strong drive in position at number 3. Riley Harrison's next with Dominic Mercury. Lewis Kachina comes through the field in that one for position number 6. Manu and then Corliss. Alfie Carter. And Xavier Mifsud to round out your top 10. Michael Lampasi home in position at number 11. Ahead of Cooper Leighton Aitken. That was Cadet 12, brought to you by MJ Pressure Works, Techno Kart Victoria. We'll be back shortly with KA3 Junior. KA3 Junior on the circuit now, brought to you by PCJ Data and Electrical, of course, proud sponsors of the live stream. Of course, good morning and hello to anyone watching at home on the live stream. Of course, brought to you by Southwest Conveyancing and also PCJ Data and Electrical. The grid for this one, to start on the front row, it's Leo Ianella and Thomas Patching. Jacob Chandler and Lachlan Cutting to start from the second row. Darcy Heine and Jay Murray from the third, with William Smith rounding out the field on position number 7. So, of course, Leo Ianella, your pole sitter, has won 3 out of the 4 rounds so far this season. The only other winner has been Jacob Chandler. Of course, Chandler in a different kart to what we have seen him previously this weekend. He's in the Lando Norris kart now. So keep an eye on kart number 83. So Ianella and Patching to lead them away. Chandler and Cutting, Heine and Murray, with William Smith off position at number 7. Okay, KA3 Junior, here we go. We're away, so Ianella and Patching into turn 1. Ianella goes very deep. Oh, Murray, we've got to spin it. He straightened him up. Get a load of that. So Chandler was all but gone, and Murray straightened him up. So averted a big incident there down into the S's. But I hope they caught that on the camera. Would have been right at the turn 1 camera. So very, very sideways for Chandler and got straightened up. Continues on in this race. Actually currently sits in P3, so he hasn't lost anything. If anything, he's probably made a position out of that. So it's Ianella Patching the next one through. Chandler, Murray, then Heine, Smith and Cutting. So Cutting's been the big loser out of that first lap. He's dropped right to the tail end of the field. But currently it's Ianella doing the business at the moment from Patching. He's got a handy little margin straight up. Down into the canteen corner, down the hill. They'll take some curb there. Ianella takes a lot. So does, they're all taking a lot. Murray didn't take any. Heine didn't take any. So if it's anything in it, the front runners all taking a lot of curb down the hill. And from there back, not a lot. So trying to straight line it a lot down there. A little bit of curb use through the S's. Up into Siberia they come, using the traditional wet line, running out very wide. It's good drive higher up on the circuit there. So, as we saw, I think it was Heine who got a nice drive off Siberia that lap. He's back in for position number 5, just ahead of Smith and also Cutting. But it's Ianella. He had 0.8 of a second last time past. Gone it out to 1.1 seconds now. So the top 3 did not improve on their fastest lap that time by. The bottom 4 all improved. So fastest lap for positions 4 through to 7 in this one. And that's Murray, Heine, Smith and Cutting. So they're starting to turn up the wick a little bit. But I tell you what, there's some margin now with Ianella and also Patching. Big gap then to Chandler, who's coming on a little bit more pressure now from Jay Murray. Darcy Heine still adapting here to KA3 Junior. Of course, he's a real hotshot in KA4 Junior Light. So the Cutting kart currently sitting in position number 7. Qualified significantly better than that. But Ianella that time passed. 37.118, 37.394 for Patching. Chandler was a 37.8, 37.7 for Murray, 37.6 for Heine, a 37.9 for Smith, and the cutting was also a 37.9. I see cutting now starting to work on Smith as Ianella goes past, still leading. Bit of a visor pop there for Chandler, so conditions not great for visibility. That bit of spray and also a bit of fog on the inside of the helmet. Cutting now tries to make a move there on Smith. Follows him into Siberia. Look to get a bit of a crisscross run up the inside. Nothing doing. So the battle for sixth is the one that we're keeping a little bit of an eye on at the moment. Because out front, Ianella's clear. Patching's clear. Chandler's got a little bit of breathing space from Murray. Heine might be just starting to put a little bit of effort into the back of the Murray cart. And then Smith and Cutting. Smith very, very sideways out of the last corner. So 3 laps remaining. Next time pass for Leo Ianella as he sets out to try and win a 4th VCS round this year. Of course, for PCJ, data and electrical. Heine really making some inroads now. Well, Cutting has definitely well ahead. I missed what happened there with Cutting and Smith, but Cutting is well clear of Smith now on that circulation. So they come onto the straight. Ianella, Patching, and then Chandler. Oh, Heine made up some big ground there, or it appears to make up big ground because you can't see the layout of the track there. So this is where Heine's very good down the hill. Murray, oh, bit of a push there. Here comes Heine. He might have given him a sniff. Through the last corner they come, onto the straight. So Jacob Chandler with the fastest lap of the race that time passed with a 36.769. So that was a lot faster than anyone else on that last lap. So he is absolutely breathing fine now, is Jacob Chandler in position number 3. But it's to no avail because the other carts are too far gone. So the last lap board to come out. Still that battle raging with Murray and also Heine deeper in the pack. Leo Ianella sees the last lap board. Second still Patching. Third, oh, Chandler pops the visor again. Murray and Heine. So I reckon Heine's as close as he's been. But Murray very good through the S. He's pulled out a little bit of margin. You don't think he's going to peg him back from there, but stranger things have happened. So Murray's definitely got the better of Heine. He's going to struggle to catch him from there, barring a mistake. But it's Leo Ianella who rounds the final turn. He's going to take the opening heat win there in KA3 Junior. For PCJ, Data and Electrical. Second home is Thomas Patching. Chandler in third. Oh, gee whiz. Murray just got the better of Heine. Cutting home in P6. And P7 will be Will Smith. That one brought to you by PCJ, Data and Electrical. We will be back shortly with Restricted Masters. Actually, KA3 Senior Light, my mistake. KA3 Senior Light out on the track now for their opener, brought to you by Tony Kart Australia and Baron Engine Developments. So my grid is not actually accurate at the moment, but I'll run you through. Our front row is going to be Herbertson and McPherson. Nicky Watson to start on the second row alongside Brocklin Parker. Sheena and Elliston Hall. And Santa Lucia. So there's, the grid sheet is not accurate at the moment that I've got. But that's all right, we're about to go. So away, McPherson and Herbertson. Oh, Herbertson tries to flick in from the outside and they all pounce. So that's cost him possibly 4 or 5 spots. He tried a big, daring slide on the outside of the track and it did not pay off whatsoever. So your current leaders are McPherson and then Nicky Watson. So the South Australian currently sitting in position at number 2. Then Brocklin Parker's in P3. Next car through will be Elliston, I believe. So watch them as they come back through. Looks like Burkhart's on the inside of Malcolm there into the S's. Bit further down the order. So McPherson's checked out in this one. Second's Nicky Watson, Brocklin Parker, Elliston, then Angus Hall. Herbertson's got some work to do to get back. Oh, Elliston has a nibble on Parker. Not going to get it done there. Herbertson in behind. Then you've got Santa Lucia in cart number 9. Kachina, Riley George is next. Telescovy rounds out your 10. Bray, Malcolm, Cadet, Burkhart's, Bottrell, Lackas, Douglas, Fewens and Carrig. Soteropoulos and Malcolm is your current order. So McPherson well clear now. In the lead of this one. So McPherson comfortable at the lead. Watson in second. Elliston. Herbertson's now grabbed a couple. Then it's Parker, Hall, Santa Lucia. Then it's Kachina. The next one through. Riley George. 92 is Telescovy. Bray, Malcolm. See the 91 of Jason Douglas go past. Happy birthday to his father, Ray Douglas, 65 today. So happy birthday, Ray. Out here watching Jason, no doubt. So your current leader still is McPherson, who is comfortable. He had 2.1 seconds last time past the stripe. Second is still Watson. Elliston looking very, very threatening, though. He's in a hurry there in third position. Herbertson sits P4. Going defensive now on Hall. Then you got Santa Lucia, Kachina, George, Telescovy, Bray, Malcolm, Cadet, Burkhart's, Bottrell, Lackas, Douglas, Fewens, Brock Fewens in position number 18, Thomas Carrig, Dylan Soteropoulos and Daniel Malcolm. So now Herbertson has also grabbed Watson. So into position 3 for Herbertson. He's only one position off where he started in this one. But that first corner run out wide for a bit of a slide to grab some grip and they all pounced. So a major disadvantage for Herbertson. But still McPherson doing it very, very nicely, comfortably out in front. Elliston in position number 2. Then Herbertson, Watson, Hall, and Parker. So Hall's got the better of Parker. Santa Lucia comes through next after Parker. Then you've got Kachina, George. Big battle there with the 92 of Telescovy and also Ethan Bray. Jordan Malcolm behind Ashton Caddick, Pizzuti. So my apologies to Caddick, Pizzuti. I can only see Caddick on the timing screen here. Burkhardt, Douglas, Bottrell, Lacus, Carrick, Fewen, Soteropoulos and Malcolm. So still all circulating at this point, which is an achievement in itself. So definitely McPherson cruising now. I'll tell you what, Herbertson's starting to put some work into the position number 2 of Elliston. Watson under pressure now also from Hall. Of course, Hall grabbed that pole position up at the Wimmera and then finished position number 2. The last lap board out now for Joel McPherson. On his merry way, Elliston sits P2. Herbertson trying everything. Watson under pressure now from Hall. Hall's got a good chance of getting a crisscross here. Can't quite get it done. Looks to go to the inside of Watson. They're going to come side by side out of Siberia. Watson will have the better drive on the outside. So come round the skyline, flip-flop onto the main straight. But it's McPherson who looks to have completely rolled out of this one. He is absolutely just cruising to the finish line. So McPherson wins from Elliston, then Herbertson, Watson and Hall. Parker home in position number 6. Santa Lucia, Kachina, George and Telescovy rounds out your 10. Ethan Bray, Jordan Malcolm, Seth Burkhardt, Jason Douglas, Micah Bottrell, Josh Lacus, the next one through in 11. Carrick, oh no, it's Fewen's actually in 67. Then Soteropoulos, Carrick dropping down the order. So I've lost Thomas Carrick there on that last circulation. He's parked at the furthest point of the circuit up at Siberia. So that was KA3 Senior Light, brought to you by Tony Kart Australia and Ballarat Engine Developments. We'll be back shortly with Victorian Combined Masters. Victorian Combined Masters out on the circuit for their opening heat, brought to you by Pro Karting. Just a reminder that the Pro Karting Sportsmanship Award, you can vote on that up at the canteen. So if you see someone who's done something that goes above and beyond in the area of sportsmanship, please nominate them. Of course, Petsbridge won the last 2 rounds at Portland and Wimmera and has also taken both pole positions. So if there's something in that, I'm not sure, but we're about to see. Matthew Crane's also been very strong here at his home track over past years, so he'll be one to watch out at the head of the order. John Page, he's on target today, the missile, so look out. Mitchell and Reethus. So get set here for Masters, for Pro Karting in the starter's hands. And the lights are out away. Crane's in there well, or Mitchell looking for something. Goes from the inside to the outside. Bit of bump and grind there with Forrest and Reethus, I think it was. Forrest made up some major moves. Oh, we've got a couple off the track. One's Petsbridge, and I believe it might have been the missile who was in the mud there. So you'd say he was grounded. But out front, it's Matt Crane who's jumped to an early lead. Leon Forrest has made the most of the start there. He's in position 2 with Ash Mitchell giving chase. Next one through is Reethus with Peter Gigas, who's got some pace on board. Stubbs is up a few positions too. Oh, big understeer into the last turn, which allows Taylor through. Jackson, Wilson, and then Petsbridge. Petsbridge also dragging the chain a little bit there. So still it's Crane out in front. Second place, Forrest. Third is Mitchell. Daniel Reethus, who has really come on strong in the Masters class, sits in position 4 ahead of Gigas. Greg Ord's having a good run today. He's in position at number 6. John Page has dropped right back. Taylor's in there as well. Stubbs dropped back one to Taylor before. So fastest lap that time by for Crane, 38.101. So about half a second faster than anyone else. So Crane will be looking to put some margin in. He's got just on a second at the moment from Leon Forrest. A couple of quick steps from Forrest and made up some positions at the start. But it's Crane still currently your leader. Forrest position number 2. Mitchell, Reethus, Gigas over the curbs. Ord and Page. So Page looking to make some moves back. Taylor just behind Page. So Ron Taylor looks like he's got a little bit on board the 92. Stubbs is the next one. Jackson, Wilson and Pestbridge. So Pestbridge looks like he's having meatballs for morning tea with that back bar hanging down. Stewart's trying to get his attention. So the fog visor and a bit of rain spray, not going to be the easiest task. So Crane continues to lead down the hill. Mitchell sitting comfortably behind Forrest. Reethus, Gigas. And then Ord under pressure from Page with Taylor waiting in the wings. Stubbs behind them. Then Jackson and Pestbridge. Not sure if he got the attention then. Lloyd Wilson. Sorry, it's Hugh Wilson in position at number 12. So 1.1 second lead for Matt Crane. Second still Leon Forrest. Ash Mitchell, P3. So they're pretty much line astern at the moment, except for this Ord Page battle. And you feel like it's only going to take one little rub. And I tell you what, Ronnie Taylor's not going to need an invitation to get in amongst it. So I'm not sure the steward's getting through to Pestbridge here with his fogged up visor. So another fastest lap at 37.931 for Matt Crane, who's currently got 1.1 second lead. So it's only just faster than Forrest, but it's enough to maintain that margin. So Ord has been shuffled back by Page and Taylor. So Crane had 1.3 seconds last time past. He's going to see 3 laps remaining here on his home track. The local president leads. Forrest sits P2. Mitchell has a nice run through the S's. Is he going to try and size up Leon Forrest before the end? It's not going to take too much battling, and all of a sudden Daniel Reethus is going to be a part of this as well. Gigas sits there behind. Taylor gives chase to Page. So that one's been on for lap after lap. So 1.8 seconds for Crane now. So he's stretching his legs in the 97. Now they've got that 97 dialed in absolutely cherry ripe. Forrest sits second. Mitchell. Reethus, Gigas. Page is managing to hold off Stubbs. So the last lap board to come out next time. 2.3 seconds now for Crane. He's gone to a 37.808. There's no defence quite like attack. And at the moment, he is attacking Crane. Oh, Mitchell on the inside of Forrest. So we've got to move for position number 2. Watch for Forrest to try something on him to get him back. Oh, it's getting juicy through the S's on the last lap here. Forrest is tucked up right behind. So Crane looks to have gone a little bit easier through these last corners, which has let him back in it, but there's still going to be margin. It's going to be Matthew Crane who takes the opener. Mitchell second, Forrest, Reethus, Gigas is your top five. Page, Taylor, then Ord, Stubbs, Jackson the next one through, and then Wilson to round them out. So that was Victorian Combined Masters brought to you by Pro Karting. Of course, the second row in this class, with the early series dominators, Angwin and Hitchcock. Of course, Hitchcock with a couple of poles early on, couldn't capitalise. Angwin has won each of the rounds so far, was massively challenged by Kyle Booth at the Wimmera. But currently Angwin undefeated in the rounds here. Although Hitchcock has taken two of the poles, with Bailey Petch taking also the pole at the Wimmera. So watch for cart number 5, Bailey Petch. Morton on your timing, but Petch by name. Look for him to do some damage in this one. Looks like we've only got the 7. Oh, Hitchcock slowing on the main straight. So we've just gone from 7 to 6. So we've got 9 on the scoring sheet, 6 still circulating. So we're in the starters' hands now. So it will be Booth and Matheson. Go. Well, they've let them go. It's a very, very slow start. But they are away. So Booth, Matheson, Angwin, Calvert, Petch, and then Kilcullen. So into Siberia for the first time. Booth is away nicely. Matheson sits P2. Angwin. And then Calvert under pressure from Petch. So Petch looks like he's got a bit of a run there on Calvert, but Calvert's an experienced campaigner. He won't let him go easily. Kilcullen sits in behind. So it looked like a foul plug there for Kevin Hitchcock. So Hayden Tucker and also Alex Clode are not participants here in this opener. But it's Booth, Matheson, Angwin. So Angwin languishing a little bit there in third early on. Good battle there between Calvert, also Petch and Kilcullen. So they're currently battling for position at number 4. So first spot off the podium at the moment is where the battle is. But I'll tell you what, they're not far behind Mick Angwin either. So it's not going to take much, and this is going to be an even bigger battle. But out front, Kyle Booth. Oh, Angwin spun. So Angwin round at the canteen corner. So he's obviously got a bit going on with that cart, just doesn't look happy with it. So all of a sudden that Calvert battle with Petch is a battle for third place now. So out front it's Booth, currently leading by 1.8 seconds from Matheson in P2. Calvert, Petch, Kilcullen and Angwin now. So the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th, well actually it's 3rd, 4th and 5th now is going to be interesting. Angwin's a fair way back now in position at number 6. So he's going to have some work to do. So Booth currently with 2.6 seconds. Second place still Matheson, driving beautifully at the moment. 3.3 seconds currently for Booth, Calvert, and then you've got Petch and Kilcullen. Angwin trying to make something back. So Kyle Booth's margin is even more important now because there will be a starting infringement. He currently has that time covered off. So he will still hang on to this win. But at the moment, he was 3.3 seconds. It's a 3-second penalty coming his way. But he has got it covered off now. So he's got to keep that margin. 4.2 seconds is the margin to Matheson. Calvert now looks to have broken away a little bit from Petch, who's just struggling. I know Petch very grateful to the King family who've helped him out with an engine overnight. So after locking up his engine, he wasn't actually eating ice cream yesterday. He was had a locked up engine. So thanks to the Kings Port City Engines who've helped him out with an engine. Keep this class running. Angwin currently sitting in position at number 6. So some work to do for Mick Angwin, who's undefeated in the rounds this season. So another fastest lap there for Kyle Booth, a 38.198. Matheson sits P2. Calvert currently still holding down position at number 3. Although Petch really starting to mount a challenge now. So here he comes. Going to have a look at the end of the straight. Is Petch? No. Pulls out of it. But no, he's going to have 3 laps to go to try and make a manoeuvre. But just when you thought that he was, he's going to go look at the outside there. So really shoveling on the coals now is Bailey Petch. Well, a bit wide for Calvert. I think the Calvert kart might be deteriorating. And here comes Angwin on Kilcullen. So whatever was missing from the Angwin kart earlier seems to be okay now. So Angwin has now moved up. Here comes Petch again. So Petch has to pull out of it. I tell you what, if these two keep on dicing, it's going to buy Mick Angwin a ticket. Oh, Petch has a look on the inside at the last corner. Nothing doing there. 2 laps remaining. So about to come around and see the last lap board here. And it's Kyle Booth currently leading by 6.1 seconds, if you don't mind. So Booth from Matheson, the battle now. So Angwin is absolutely cherry ripe for this end of race battle. So Petch has got to try something on Calvert. Has another look at the inside, but it's going to let Angwin get a really nice run up this straight to have a chance. So Calvert, Petch and Angwin, that's where the action is. Good crisscross there from Petch, gets a bit sideways. We could be 3 wide into Siberia here on the last lap. Angwin goes to the inside, bit of a bump with Petch, so Angwin's got 1. He's up the inside of Calvert. They come through Skyline onto the straight. Oh, Petch on the inside of Angwin. So he's actually done that. He might get Calvert as well. The winner, though, is Booth. Here comes Petch at the end of the straight. Oh, can't quite get through. Battle Royale to the finish. Oh, Petch goes to the curb. He's trying everything. Angwin on the inside. That's going to be a drag to the finish. Calvert, Angwin, and then it's Kilcullen. Petch goes across the line, minus a chain, I'm guessing, after that one. Wowee, what a finish to that for Restricted Heavy. For AHR Media and Darren's Sportography. Let me catch my breath and we'll go again. Tag Light next up once we clear the stricken Spud Train go-kart. So Southwest Conveyancing bringing you Tag Light. Billy Westerveld and Max Fay to start on the front row. Jono McKean and Steve Malkin on row number 2. Daniel Pegg and Mitch Sutage to start from the 3rd. Greg Dunmore and Daniel Finlay to start from row number 4. Jay Rakavalis and David Menzel to round out your 10-kart field in Tag Light. Okay, Westerveld and Fay to lead it away here in Tag Light. McKean's tucked in there as well. McKean tries to go right around the outside there, nothing doing. So it's going to be Westerveld and McKean to lead him down into Siberia for the first time. McKean almost attaches himself to the back of Westerveld, which we know Billy Westerveld, always fast in whatever class he's running. So McKean's going to try and make a move for the lead and does so. Gets it turned in nicely, the 48. The Westerveld sits in P2. So the McKean kart looks absolutely primed straight off the start. Westerveld puts the finger out and lets Max Fay go past. So I'm not sure what's going on there with Billy Westerveld. He normally fights tooth and nail. So all they're doing is buying Jono McKean some real estate here at the moment. So he will not mind this whatsoever, that they're pointing fingers and letting each other go. Like, he's going to be stoked. So now Steve Malkin's another one to watch here. He's moved up to position number 3. Hard to believe the former Masters champion has stepped back into Tag Light, and he is running very, very nicely. And Greg Dunmore, who's looked particularly good this weekend. I guess a little bit of speedway experience probably happening with helping with Greg. Well, Dave Menzel very sideways there. So McKean is absolutely flying here in this one. 37.343 last time past. Almost a second faster than anyone else on the track. So they're squabbling and McKean's flying. So Jono McKean. Oh, I tell you what, Malkin's starting to have a look at Faye. Dunmore is looking good too. So is Daniel Finlay in the 46. So we've got a bit bubbling over here in the pack. Behind them, Westerveld has dropped back. Sutage, Menzel. It's Menzel and Rakavalis. Daniel Pegg is yet to come past. I'd say he's OUT, but I haven't seen him. So we've lost him into the pits, is the story with Pegg. McKean absolutely flying at the front. Fay sits second. Dunmore has a bit of a nibble at Malkin down the hill. Finlay, they're all just sort of grouping up here behind Max Fay. So Malkin's got to try and make the move. Track conditions are definitely wet, but they're not wet enough to really be making wholesale moves at the moment. Oh, Dunmore with nice drive out of Siberia. Almost had another look at Malkin. And I tell you what, Daniel Finlay, he can tell he's getting itchy feet in that Evel Knievel kart. Oh, Malkin's off. He's spun at the end of the straight. Heard how good the food is at the canteen. He's had a quick stop, but he's back into it. So it gives Max Fay a little bit of breathing room. So 4 seconds the margin for McKean. So McKean doesn't need to do anything silly right now. So very defensive from Fay on the inside of the straight. Dunmore's going to try everything. He'll throw the kitchen sink at him. I tell you, Daniel Finlay, he's the one that looks threatening. And Mitch Sutage also coming up into the battle. Oh, this is becoming very, very spicy, this battle for second place. Fay going ultra defensive, which is going to give the other guys an opportunity. So Sutage has actually cleaned up both Finlay and Dunmore now, so he's moved up to second. Fay's got the head on a swivel, checking out what's going on behind. But McKean at the moment is doing the business out in front. So here comes Sutage on the inside of Faye. Gets that manoeuvre done. So I tell you what, Mitch Sutage has really charged through the field. Here comes Daniel Finlay, drives well off the S's, goes to the outside. Oh, it's a spin for Dunmore, almost clipped the back of Finlay. Oh, pulls back on mid-pack. Probably should have waited, but anyway, she's all done now. So here comes Finlay trying to make that move on Faye. Sutage has checked through. So McKean continues on his merry way. Oh, now Finlay gets up the inside. Has a look at Faye. Faye shuts the door hard. So Finlay's on the outside again. Faye goes very narrow. Look for a crisscross from Finlay. Gets it done. So nice drive from the 46 there. Gets that move done. I tell you what, Siberia is not the corner you go right on the inside. It's never going to work there. So the last lap, board comes out for Jono McKean. Sutage sits second, Finlay in third, and then Faye. Behind Faye, it's his Rakavalis who's moved forward. Westerveld's still circulating, albeit not at the speed we might have expected. Menzel, then Malkin and Dunmore. So, of course, Malkin and Dunmore both had spins during this one. But I'll tell you one person who hasn't had an issue through this whole thing. He's been impressive. It's been Jono McKean. Comes down the hill to the last corner. He's going to take out the opening heat of Tag Light here. For Southwest Conveyancing, his family's business. Sutage in second, Finlay, Max Faye, Rakavalis, Westerveld, Menzel, Malkin and Dunmore. Exciting race, that one. Tag Light, brought to you by Southwest Conveyancing.
Fitz Media Productions is your online broadcast specialist. From meetings and special events to weddings, funerals and sport. Fitz Media's fully equipped mobile broadcast unit provides a professional, reliable live stream anywhere. Contact us today.
While we wait for KA4 Junior Light to come out, just a reminder that Johanna is now set up in the canteen with the merchandise. So if your hoodie or cap or beanie's all wet, now's the time to go up and see Johanna. She will be up there for a little while. I will announce when she's going to shut up shop, but also thank you to All Star Graphics and the 365 Apparel Company, who once again have knocked it out of the ballpark with our merchandise. So if you do need some new clothing, make sure you head up and see Johanna up at the canteen. So KA4 Junior Light on the circuit. Your pole sitter for this one, a massive performance yesterday was Jaden Della. On the outside, it will be Matthew Basso. Just 5 thousandths of a second between those two. So Melbourne Kart Centre bringing you KA4 Junior Light as they form up, ready for their opening heat. So Della and Basso to lead them off in KA4 Junior Light for Melbourne Kart Centre. Of course, Basso running with the Melbourne Kart Centre team. He's on the front row alongside Jaden Della, who really was one of the stars of the day yesterday. Lights are out, we're away. Basso's away well. Mariner's right in there. Tell you what, Della's gone deep. Very sideways there for Basso. Della right in the mix here as they head down into Siberia. So Snaith goes very, very deep into Siberia. Tries something on there. Nothing doing. So Basso leads from Della, Mariner, Snaith, McEachran, and then Aston Hill, who's made some progress. Darcy Heine, who we've seen be a round winner at Portland. So Basso, and then Mariner now trying to make a move on Della. Gets up the inside. It's very tough to pass at the end of the straight here at Hamilton. Oh, Snaith with a nice move on Mariner into the final turn. So Basso is under massive pressure from Della, but Snaith seems to be a man on a move. Oh, Mariner has a look at the inside. They're nearly 3 wide into Siberia that time. So onto the main straight they come. Basso, he had just 0.3 of a second last time. And just as I said, Snaith is actually the fastest kart on the track at the moment. So watch out for that bright green helmet in position number 3 as Mariner sticks it up the inside. Little bit of bump and grind, nothing doing. Probably cost them both more time. McEachran next through, then Hill, Heine. Humphrey and White currently rounding out the field in this one. So a fastest lap now for Matt Basso. So Basso on a 38.1. Does the quickest lap of the race. And I'll tell you what, it was only just faster than Della, who's going with him every step of the way here. The battle hotting up behind, though, is Snaith and Mariner. Here comes Snaith at the end of the straight. Gets that one done. You've got to have significant pace to make it work there. It's not a massive braking zone at the end of the straight. But still, Basso leads Della. Snaith says, come on, let's go. But then Mariner, don't know that he's got the pace to go with Snaith now. Snaith's got by, and that is evident now. He's pulled away with a little bit of a margin. McEachran is also going to start doing some work on the back of Mariner. So they've all spread out a little bit now, and I'll tell you what, even Matt Basso's he's managed to shake off Della just a little bit on that last lap. But this is a breakout performance for Della here in VCS competition. Snaith continues to make progress. Mariner is got a little bit of margin on McEachran. Aston Hill, and then Darcy Heine. Humphrey and White round out your 9-car field in this one. So Basso, another fastest lap of the race to go to a 37.890 and extend his margin to just under 0.8 of a second. So Basso is on fire in this one. I'll tell you what, the field just start those next 3 after, so Snaith, Mariner and also McEachran. They seem to be making a little bit of ground now on Della. So just as I said, that Snaith, Mariner and McEachran all did their fastest laps of the race. So, and by I'll tell you what, the Snaith kart was a significant amount faster than anyone else, or any of the karts in front of him at the moment, faster than Basso and Della. The next fastest was actually Mariner, who's tucked in behind, and then McEachran matched the time of Basso. So the group from 3rd to 5th starting to sort of group up a little bit and start to think about challenging for position at number 2. Basso, 3 laps remain for the kart number 18. Another fastest lap there for James Snaith. So Snaith continues. He was 0.2 faster than anyone that time by. So he's still got some work to do to catch up. He's about 0.7 of a second behind Della. But he's coming on with a head of steam. There's going to be 2 laps remain. I tell you what, if he continues to make progress like that, he's going to be right on him by the end. So the Snaith kart looking very nice at the moment. Mariner hasn't quite been able to sustain the heat in this one. But it's Basso who leads from Della. And then Snaith, Mariner, McEachran. But good battle there between Aston Hill and Darcy Heine. And then Humphrey and White currently rounding your field. So the board flips over to the last lap. So it's going to be the last lap when Basso gets round. So interestingly, Humphrey and Josh White, both fastest lap of the race for their own their own race. Here comes Snaith. So Snaith goes to the inside and a beautiful move there at the last turn on Della. So we weren't sure he was going to get to him that quick, but he's done it. And a new fastest lap of the race, a 37.914. So he's actually 4/10 faster than Basso on that last lap, but Basso's got nothing left to prove. So I dare say that Basso is just trying to finish this one off. Has a bit of look over. He's comfortable at the moment. So down through Canteen Corner they come for the last time in this opener. KA4 Junior Light for Melbourne Kart Centre. And it's going to be their star junior, Matt Basso, who's going to take the win. Second place goes to James Snaith, Della, Mariner, McEachran. There's some dirty-looking go-karts out there at the moment. Then Heine. Aston Hill will be the next one through. Head of Humphrey and also Josh White. It's KA4 Junior Light for Melbourne Kart Centre. We'll be back shortly with Cadet 9. Time to pack 'em and rack 'em for our littlest pocket rockets, Cadet 9. They're ready to roll for this weekend, brought to you by Chambers Portable Line Boring. Hopefully we don't get too much shine off the toe ball as he runs through the infield there. But here's young fella to start from position at number 3. So Polkinghorne and Bristow, Chambers and Armit, Green, Gurney, Effingham and Boyle, with Jed O'Leary currently rounding out the 9-kart field here in Cadet 9, brought to you by Chambers Portable Line Boring. Of course, Archie Bristow has won 3 out of the 4 rounds. The only time he's been defeated was by the newly crowned Australian champion, Cruz Kelly, at Cobden. So Alana Gurney has been a recipient of the Encouragement Award at Cobden. Jed O'Leary, Beau Chambers and Casey Waters have been our Encouragement Award winners, brought to you by Chambers Portable Line Boring. Of course, pole's going to Bristow on multiple occasions and Oliver Armit, who starts from position number 4 at Cobden. So down they come. Curtis Polkinghorne and also Archie Bristow. Of course, Bristow now the only driver in this series that has finished on the podium at each event. Currently starting from the front row. The lights are out, we're away. So Polkinghorne leads through turn number 1 into the S's. A little bit neater line there from Bristow. Tries a run on him as they come down into Siberia. Bristow goes to the inside. Look for the crisscross for Polkinghorne. Does just as I expected and goes back by. So a nice manoeuvre there. So Polkinghorne continues to lead Bristow. Then you've got Chambers. So Chambers has moved up. Armit sits next in the order in position number 4. Gurney. Then Sullivan Green, who's improving every time I see him race. Jackson Boyle with those very, very bright wheels. Lawson Effingham will be the next car through. And then rounding out the field at the moment is Jet O'Leary. So back up front, though, it's Curtis Polkinghorne who's putting his best foot forward here at Hamilton. Pulled out a little bit of margin on the pace man of the series so far, Archie Bristow. But absolutely doing everything he needs to do at the moment is Curtis Polkinghorne. So Polkinghorne absolutely flying at the moment. Bristow sits second. Chambers, a bit sideways there for the young fella, but maintains the rage. Well, might have had a wheel in the dirt there, but he continues on. Armit sits in P4. Then Gurney, Sullivan Green. So Effingham's got by Boyle. So Polkinghorne owned the fastest lap of the race last time by and continues on his merry way. Chambers and Armit starting to look a little bit threatening to the back of Bristow. Then Gurney and Sullivan Green. Down the hill comes Effingham, Boyle and also O'Leary. So, of course, the Cadet 9 class for drivers the age of 7 to 9. So they're our absolute youngest pocket rockets. They're doing an outstanding job out here in tricky conditions. So Polkinghorne comes onto the straight in the lead. I tell you what, Bristow might be starting to, well, it's visually now that Bristow's starting to really turn the screws. So they might just get a little nudge in a minute, Polkinghorne. I don't know whether it's going to bring him to life or it's going to, well, there's just a Bristow onslaught coming. Chambers sits comfortably in third. Armit, got Armit for company actually, as now Bristow. The Bristow car just looks a little bit neater through the S's, but I tell you what, Polkinghorne is absolutely doing nothing wrong at the moment. Bristow using a little bit more of a traditional wet weather line, running out wide and then crossing over the slippery surface as they come onto the main straight. Now Bristow right in the back pocket of Polkinghorne. Here comes Bristow, slots up the inside, and that's a move for the lead. So how does this play out for Polkinghorne? Has he got anything left? Does he sort of just relaxed a bit? And he goes back by on the inside at the final corner. A great battle developing here. So Polkinghorne, Bristow tries on the inside. Nothing doing there. Chambers is not going to need an invitation. He's a little bit sideways. Armit right in the battle as well. So Bristow does that move again, runs wide the crisscross, one of my all-time favourites, and gets by. So he's got clear now of Polkinghorne. Will this actually lead to Polkinghorne picking up a little bit more speed from watching how Bristow did that? Yet to be seen. So Bristow skips away now. He's probably pulled 3 or 4 kart lengths in that little section of track. Polkinghorne, and then you've got young Bo Chambers. Behind him, Armit. Gurney's broken clear of Sullivan Green. Effingham, the next kart through. Boyle. Boyles comes through. O'Leary comes onto the main straight. Currently rounding out the field in position at number 9. So Bristow now is absolutely firing away at the lead. Polkinghorne sits in position at number 2. So to give you an idea, Archie Bristow has turned up the wick now. His fastest lap time of 40.546 is 3/10 faster than anyone. The next fastest actually in the queue is Oliver Armit, who currently sits in P4, who's trying to negotiate with young Bo Chambers. Bristow now at 39.877, if you don't mind. That is almost a full second faster than anyone else. So Bristow has decided to turn on the afterburners, and it is absolutely electrified this race. He's got a 1.5 second margin. He tried hard to get past Polkinghorne, but Polkinghorne matched him early. But I tell you what now, I don't think anyone's got anything to go with Archie Bristow in this one. So still Polkinghorne sits second. He's done absolutely nothing wrong. He just hasn't had the turn of speed that Bristow's managed to turn on. Still behind Chambers. So Bristow continues on his merry way. That one lap that he did was absolutely miles faster than anything else. He was almost 9/10 off his fastest himself that last time by. So 2 laps remain for Bristow. Polkinghorne. Can Chambers and Armitt get up and challenge for position at number 2? Still to be determined. So now Bristow comes down to greet the checkered flag. So that's a win for Archie Bristow. Couple of massive laps in the middle. Polkinghorne home for second. Chambers for third. Armitt will be next through. Alana Gurney will be through next. Just ahead of Jed O'Leary, who's gone a lap down there. Sullivan Green comes home in position at number 6. Lawson Effingham to roll through in position at number 7. Just ahead of Jackson Boyle, who finishes in position at number 8, ahead of Jed O'Leary in position number 9. That was Cadet 9 for Chambers Portable Line Boring. Of course, Ryan Cook, your last time out winner at Wimmera. Jaden Wallace won in Portland and Billy Westerveld won the opener at Cobden. So Westerveld, Cook, King and King, your pole sitters, and King again here at Hamilton. They're in the starters' hands for tag heavy. King and Cook. So Cook's got the better of the start. Or Solomon and Jackson. They've bundled up here. Solomon very sideways. It's a fair bit going on. Holt's really missed the start. He's a long way back. So Cook away, absolutely streeted him on the first corner. I don't know what they were doing through the S's there. Stopped for some pleasantries, I believe. I might be onto something here, but could several of these drivers actually have changed to slicks here? Because it looks like they're struggling for grip early on. So Cook, I believe, is on wets, but I'm not sure about the others. It would appear to be that he's the one who's on rails at the moment. But I'm almost betting Scott King's on slicks here. So King looking for air. Oh, sorry, it's Cook looking for every bit of coolness for those tyres. Run along the dirt. I think that's where we're at, ladies and gentlemen. I think we've got some mixed tyres out here. So Cook continues to lead. His margin last time by was 4.4 seconds. It was about 7/10 faster than anyone else on the last lap. But it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this plays out as the race goes on. Solomon now moving up to the back of Scott King. Aaron the curb hopper Jackson, sits in position at number 4. Ray Dumpsey's having a good run. He's tucked up behind them, well, but with a little bit of a gap in position number 5. Adam Holt, the next one through, with Liam Pollard currently rounding out the field in position number 7. Jackson with the fastest lap of the race now, if you don't mind, 36.875. So I'd say that these tyres are just starting to come into their own. Solomon now gets by King. Here comes Jackson. So now the challenge is on between Solomon and also King. Jackson's right in there as well. So Jackson, I'll tell you what, Jackson's looking as good as I've seen him in the last couple of rounds at the moment. Looks very poised for a big run here at Hamilton. I know one of his favourite tracks. He loves those curbs. He's making the absolute most of them at the moment as he challenges King. Solomon skipped away a little bit now. So Cook still trying to find some wet track on those wet tyres. Oh, Dumsney, he was on the edge of the track there, maybe even slightly off. Pollard's got by Holt, so Holt's got some work to do. Oh, Dumsney's really coming slow past the lap scorer's box here. So trying to recover. So Scott King did his fastest lap of the race last time by with a 37.523. So he made up half a second there on Cook that time by, but Cook's got 5.2 seconds. So unless they really start cracking and these tyres on Cook's car go off, they're going to struggle to catch him. King, though, now is absolutely starting to wind up the number 4. 4.9 seconds now the margin. So Cook did his fastest lap of the race, a 37.278, but a 36.987 for Scott King. He's going to need more to make more than a second a lap at the moment, and that is currently not the case. So Cook comes through the end of the straight, down the hill, into the last corner. Solomon all of a sudden's caught right back up to Scott King. King gets good drive out and new fastest lap for King, but just as he did that, bam, Aaron Jackson with the fastest lap of the race, a 36.1. So we are seeing those tyres now come into play. So last time past Cook was a 37.7, 36.1 for Jackson. So a 1.6 second margin. King did a 36.4. So they are coming, but I tell you what, I don't know there's going to be enough laps. There's 2 laps to go. So it might have paid off here for Ryan Cook at this point in time. But it's going to come back to a lot to how he treats his tyres in these last few laps, because if he needs them again later in the weekend, they're not going to be cherry ripe like the other guys. So the margin was down to 1.8 seconds as Jackson again, fastest lap of the race. So Action Jackson closing in on Scott King. And you can see that margin coming down. They're going to have the last lap out now. They are coming on absolutely red hot now. But I think Cook's probably got enough in hand. Oh, Jackson trying on the outside of King. Their battle's probably going to slow them down. They're not going to catch Cook here at this rate anyway. But I'll tell you what, if they start dicing, they've got absolutely zero chance. So good drive out of Siberia. I'll tell you what, they're going to be close by the end of the lap, but I don't think they're going to get close enough to make a move. So Cook to the end of the straight. Turns it in. He's got one corner to negotiate. He could probably just park it on the apex and he'll be okay. But the drive out of the corner is going to be impressive for King. They come to the line and it's Ryan Cook that just gets over the line. So it was a gamble that paid off now, but will it pay off later in the day? King second, Jackson, Solomon, Dumsney, Pollard and Holt to round out the field. For Tag Heavy, brought to you by All Star Graphics and the 365 Apparel Company. So Fielding going like a rocket at the moment, as is Rankin. So we'll try and check the tyres as they come through off. Big action from Rankin down the straight. I think you'll find here that Fielding might be on the wet tyres. McCullough wouldn't mind bettings on slicks. Humphrey does the fastest lap of the race, a 36.374. So watch for Bo Humphrey to make some ground. So if my suspicions are right, oh, Humphrey. The wheels have stopped spinning on the 28. The fire's gone out. So he rolls down. I'd say there's probably a chain issue is my guess there. So out of P3, sets the fastest lap and plays no further part in this one, the 28. So he's going to come from deep in the order in the next one. So out front, McCullough currently leads Fielding. Fielding continues to press here. So third is still Terry Rankin. The next kart through there is Mark Shrub. We've seen Shrub. He was on fire down at Cobden. Finished in second position. Currently sits in P4 here. Jack Ryan, who's making some progress. The round winner from Warrnambool, Keensrod. Head, Sloan. Right. Lumsden. Lumsden was impressive too at a few of these rounds. Rosenzweig, Tonkin and Peveril. So through this field, several have had big runs off. Fielding to the inside now of McCullough. So you see a slight look over the shoulder from McCullough. He looks over and says, who else have I got to worry about before I go to war with you? So Josh Fielding, fastest lap of the race. Until now, Jack Ryan does the fastest lap of the race with a 36.162. So Ryan is coming on strong as he has a look at Shrub. They come into Siberia, he tries the outside, goes to the crisscross. Textbook move there from Jack Ryan. So he is absolutely coming to life as Fielding manages to actually extends his gap to McCullough. So Ryan gets passed back by Shrub now and Keensrod also. He's gone around the outside there, tries it on. You'll have to look for a big crisscross here, but I don't know if he's going to have enough pace. Keensrod buys into the battle. So plenty going on. This has been one of the most entertaining classes all series, and they're not failing to turn it on today. So still your leader is Fielding. He's going to see 3 laps to go when he comes back past the stripe in the 33. I'll tell you what, Doc Pearson to be smiling like a Cheshire cat at the moment as he leads. McCullough. Another fastest lap for Fielding, a 36.141. McCullough does a 36.4. Rankin, now Ryan, Keensrod. So Mark Shrub dropping down the order a little bit there. So Fielding got a rocket underneath him and he's using every bit of it in the opener here. Restricted medium brought to you by KFC. Your leader is Fielding. McCullough sits in second. Rankin. But I tell you what, Ryan is coming on very, very strong. Here he comes, looks at the inside move into the S's. Oh, shuts the door. Rankin have every right to do so. But I tell you what, I reckon it's a ticking time bomb for him at the moment because Ryan is absolutely flying. Watch for the crisscross here. Absolute textbook again. So an awesome move there. We've got a car parked up the back. I think that's Tonkin, Rowan Tonkin, who's parked up at Siberia. Fielding rounds the last turn. He's got one more circulation to go. McCullough in position at number 2. Ryan's in P3. Then Rankin, Keensrod, Shrub, Head. Bit of daylight after Head to Sloan. Then Wright. Rosenzweig. And then you've got Lumsden, Peveril. But here comes down through the last set of corners. It's Josh Fielding who takes the opener. So Fielding wins. Second for McCullough. Ryan home in an absolute barnstorming position. Run for third. So McCullough must have been on wets too, but a 34.833 for Ryan on the last lap to snatch the fastest lap. Terry Rankin, Jeremy Keensrod, Mark Shrub, James Head, Zeke Sloan, Chris Wright, Nathan Rosevig, Lumsden, and Peveril rounds out your finishes. That one was tag restricted medium, brought to you by KFC. We'll be back shortly with X30. Also, the VCS merch available in the canteen. So if you do need some dry clothes or some new merch, go and see Johanna up in the canteen. Also, massive thank you to the local sponsors here of the Kart Club. So to clean away waste, making a sustainable future possible. Also, Matthews Petroleum, the local BP, massive help to the club. Also, Budget on the late motor in. So, once again, big helpers of the Hamilton Karting Club with all their accommodation. So, Java Jive Coffee, if you haven't already got a coffee, the line doesn't look too bad at the moment. Sneak over and see Nat for a coffee. And also all the volunteers and supporters of the club that don't always get named, but we do appreciate what you do for the club. So we get set now for X30, of course, the premier class of the weekend. X30 brought to you by Remo Racing, IAMI, and the X30 engine. So we'll run you through the grid just while we wait for the recovery of the Tonkin kart. Jacob Dowson and Matt Domishin to start on the front row ahead of Parker Scott and Nick Ryan. Will Misson and Thomas Hughes to start from the third row ahead of Nathan Williams and Jackson Johnston. Jack Bell and Maverick Benson to start from row number 5 ahead of Riley Jabke and Kobe Trigg. Derek Rogers will start from position number 13 and not 100% on Will Harper whether he'll take the start in position number 14. So a few drivers a little bit out of the order where we'd normally expect them in this one. So look for some big charges through the field. Not too far away will be X30 Light for Remo Racing, IAMI and X30 engine. X30 for Remo Racing, IAMI and X30 engine. We've got Dowson and Domishin to lead him away. Lights out, we're away. Oh, kart's going everywhere. Domishin facing the wrong way. That's a nice pirouette. He's come back on facing the right way. If you don't mind, bit of cold trickle action there from Matt Domishin. Comes back on. But we've got a really disjointed field already. Dowson puts the foot down and he is away. Nick Ryan sits in second. Third is currently Nathan Williams. Parker Scott, who's been impressive. Then you've got Hughes, Misson. Jabke's up a few. Rogers. Then Jackson Johnston. Kobe Trigg. I tell you what, Jack Bell's a lot further back than we might expect. Big move tried there from Bell. Then you've got Benson and Domishin. So, but Dowson's your leader. Ryan looking impressive. Nathan Williams, P3. Oh, what's happened to Jackson Johnson there? He lets Jabke go on the outside. I think he's dropped the wheel there. Jabke's right off. So it comes back on just at the Ingrid gate. Does Riley Jabke. I tell you what, the man who's looking all right for me at the moment is Kobe Trigg. He looks like he's got a bit of a head of steam up trying to take on Jackson Johnson there. But out front it's Dowson. Nathan Williams, though, he's got by Nick Ryan, but Nick Ryan's dropped a long way down the order in that exchange. So Williams the fastest kart on the track. Parker Scott sits P3. Jabke, and then Nick Ryan. Derek Rogers is also looking strong in this. Jackson Johnston, then Trigg, Bell, Benson. Misson's also dropped back as well. So we've had a few... Look out, Jabke's gone round. No foot on the brake. Should have the brake on there. Nearly caused an accident. Continues on now. So Dowson continues to lead. But I'll tell you what, Nathan Williams is putting some effort into him. Parker Scott, Hughes, Ryan, and then it is Derek Rogers. Jackson Johnson's broken clear at Trigg. Bell under a little bit of pressure from Mav Benson. Domishin, Misson, and Jabke currently rounding out your field. So 13 karts in this one. Fastest lap last time by for Dowson. No surprise, he's all class, this guy. But I tell you what, Nathan Williams is chucking the kitchen sink at him. He does not want to give up on this one. Parker Scott sits P3. Hughes, Ryan, Johnson, Rogers, Trigg, Bell and Benson. Domishin missing, and it is Riley Jabke just about to come past commentary now. So Dowson 31.373, Williams 31.383, 1.1 seconds, but nothing in the lap times. So Williams come from a lot deeper in the field. Williams now fastest lap of the race. First sub 31 second lap, a 30.976. The margin just over a second. The margin that last time by between the two was less than a tenth of a second difference. So he's not going to make huge inroads at that rate. So Dowson at the end of the straight, down the hill into the pit corner. Has not put a foot wrong. He'll be managing his race too. So Dowson now fastest, but eclipsed quickly by Williams at 30.823 for Nathan Williams. Jack Bell now gets by Trigg. So Bell starting to find some form. He's in position at number 8 now, the former KA3 national champion. So under a second the lead now for Dowson. But you can't tell me that he's not managing this lead. As he just lays down the gauntlet to Williams now and says, I've got pace to burn, a 30.761 in reference to a 31.0. So Dowson has absolutely flexed his muscles on that last lap and has got the margin back out to 1.2 seconds. So the last lap board is out now for Jacob Dowson. One more circulation of the 700 metre Buckley Park circuit to go to take out the opening heat here of X30. Williams sits P2. Parker, Scott, Hughes, Ryan. Here comes Jackson Johnston on Nick Ryan. Gets that one done. Jack Bell's also grabbed Derek Rogers. So the Bell cart is starting to come to life. But down to the end of the straight comes Dowson. He flexed his muscles when it was all starting to come on top of him. And takes the checkers to win the opener. So Jacob Dowson, your winner. Nathan Williams in P2. Hughes next one through. Parker Scott, Jackson Johnston, Nick Ryan, Jack Bell, Rogers, Trigg, Benson. Domishin comes through, missing, and Jabke rounds out the field in that one. X30 for Remo Racing Iami and the X30 engine. Restricted light on circuit now for DPE Kart Superstore, of course, our major sponsors. If you are watching on from home, welcome to Hamilton in Western Victoria. 700 metre, 8 metre wide, Buckley Park Raceway. Restricted light on the circuit now. And the grid for this one, Spiros Anagnostopoulos on the pole from Jaden Bridge, Jaden Christensen and Matthew Elliott on the second row. Josh Lackas and Josh Holt, pair of Joshes on the third. Andrew Ray and Andrew Soteropoulos. Oscar Maloney and Tim Rankin round out the 10. Lee Wilkinson and Jacob Dowling. Bailey Leighton-Aitken and Daniel Golightly to round out this 14-car field. So we're away. Oh, Ray jumps straight out and goes up the inside. Oh, Jaden Bridge across the grass through the S's. So a bit of action through the S's on the first time. As they go up the hill, wow, Spiros, have a look at the lead he's got. So I had a bloke earlier telling me that his nickname was the mailman, but I'll tell you what, I reckon that Spiros could nearly give it that because he delivers every time. So Christensen currently in P2. So Jaden Christensen out of Portland. He must have had a quiet night last night. So Andrew Ray, the next one. Jaden Bridge. So Bridge is down to P4. Lackas, Rankin, Elliott, Maloney, Dowling, Soteropoulos, Leighton-Aitken, Golightly, Holt, and Wilkinson is currently afield. But Spiros has absolutely taken off in this one. Christensen doing an outstanding job. All passing manoeuvre at the end of the straight. That was Lackas on Bridge, and it allowed Rankin through. So Tim Rankin, he told me he's under a bit of duress this weekend. So He's hoping for a little bit more wet weather to keep the stress on the body down. Oscar Maloney currently operating in P7. Soteropoulos, watch for the Sot to come through. Dowling, Leighton Aitken. He's rounding out the 10. Bailey Leighton Aitken on P plates. Then Daniel Golightly, Josh Holt, Lee Wilkinson and Matthew Elliott. So through they come one more time. So Elliott is out of business. Haven't spotted his stricken cart, but he is out of business in this one. Spiros, another fastest lap of the race at 32.837. Can you believe it? The next fastest is a 33.1, which is Tim Rankin. So Spiros absolutely lighting up the Buckley Park circuit here. He comes past once again. We throw new challenges at him every time. But he continues. Anagnostopoulos, I'll give it another run there. Christensen, Rankin and Ray. Lackas, the next one through. Jaden Bridge, the Sot, Maloney, Dowling. And then we've got a little bit of daylight back to the next car through is going to be the 22, which is Bailey Leighton, and he's under pressure from Go Lightly. Josh Holt through as well. Wilkinson. And then Soteropoulos. So we've got them nearly spread the full track as Rankin goes through for P2 on Christensen. Christensen's going to have to keep it on the game because he's got Andrew Ray in his back pocket now. So no rest for Jaden Christensen. Josh Lackas is also starting to look threatening. He's in position number 5. But the fastest man on the circuit at the moment was the Sot, but no longer because Jacob Dowling now takes the mark. So a 32.431, if you don't mind, from Jacob Dowling. He's got a little bit of work to do. He's a bit further down the order than you might have hoped. But he now owns that purple time. Oh, no. Spiros. What has happened to Anagnostopoulos? You would not read about it. He's had some sort of mechanical failure. And he is OUT. So your breakaway leader is going to start from the back in the next one. Well, you would not read about it for Spiros. So Tim Rankin is now your leader. I reckon all of a sudden that body doesn't feel too bad. There's Christensen second, Ray third, and then it is the Sot. So Soteropoulos, he's up to P5. Next one through is Bridge, Maloney, Dowling. Josh Lackas. Lackas has dropped down the order a bit too. A good battle for a bit further back, which includes Leighton Aitken, Go Lightly and Holt. And all of a sudden, those guys are battling in the back of the top end of the 10. So I'm still a little bit, feel like I've been whacked over the head after that Spiros DNF. I just did not expect that. He's been absolutely squeaky clean. He was putting on a clinic. And unfortunately, it's unravelled. Oh, we've got a spinner coming onto the straight. That's Wilkinson and Holt. Holt's gone round on the straight. So he's going to have a bit of work. The leader comes through, Rankin. He's going to wait. Good choice by the young man. So he's just waiting to spin it round. Good patience, keeps it going. But the last lap board is out now for Tim Rankin. So Rankin comes up to the back of the Wilkinson cart. Holt comes round to start his last lap. Lost a lot of time up on the main straight. Bailey Aitken and Go Lightly continue to go at it, but Tim Rankin comes down the hill for the last time. And I'll tell you what, Ray's grabbed Christensen and Sot has a look too, but it's Tim Rankin who wins. Second to Andrew Ray. Jaden Christensen, Soteropoulos had a big go. And I'll tell you what, a quiet achiever in that one was Oscar Maloney, who pulls in P5. Won't be able to wipe the smile off Brett's face. Jaden Bridge, Jacob Dowling, Lackas. Bailey Leighton Aitken's going to finish at this point in time. Going to finish behind Go Lightly. So Go Lightly's going to move into 9, but Bailey Leighton Aitken rounds out the 10. Wilkinson and Holt. What a race that one was for the DPE Kart Superstore. The last of the opening heats, restricted light. So McKinlay continues to lead 33.720 last time by. So he continues to get faster and faster. What do we say that time? It's a 33.713. So very similar time. 34.0 for Sharp, 34.4 for Fay, and a 35.1 for Mia Mifsud. So we're going to come around and see 2 laps to go on the board. In this largely uneventful Heat 2 for KA4 Junior Heavy. So they've sort of spread out from the start. Not a lot of action in this one. So McKinlay. Sharp comes by once again. Fay, down the hill comes Mia Mifsud. Just a reminder that the canteen fully stocked and warm food up there, as well as if you need your VCS merch, no better time to get up to the canteen and get yourself a new hoodie or a new beanie. Might need a cap soon with the way this weather's going. So McKinlay to come round and face the last lap board. So last lap for McKinlay. Sharp sits P2. Laura Fay comes past in position at number 3. And then Mia Mifsud in position at number 4. So another fastest lap there for Taylor McKinlay. Also Lachlan Sharp did his fastest lap of the race at 33.760, but the 3-second margin is going to be too much as Taylor McKinlay puts his stamp on this one. They come through the last turn. Heat 2 winner in KA4 Junior Heavy for Central Vic Karts and Parts and also the Bendigo Bank. It's Taylor McKinlay. Lachlan Sharp finishes in position number 2 ahead of Laura Fay and Mia Mifsud. We'll be back shortly with KA3 Medium. The KA3 Senior Medium for heat number 2 on the circuit now for Karting Australia, LeConte and Max's Tyres. Just a reminder, if you are heading to the canteen today, that it is cash only up there, so no FPOS facility, so you will need cash to buy your lunch. So just a reminder there. The grid for this one, to start off pole position, will be Ethan Briggs alongside Chris Thomas. Todd Chambers and Derek Rogers to start on the second row ahead of Matthew Neitz and Remo Luciani. Fraser High and Luke Fong to start off the 4th. Jack Johnson and Ben Moritz from row number 5. Robbie Termine and Grace Dunmore for the 6th. Maddie Keeler and Adam Henriksen to start off the 7th row. Seth Burton and Logan Burton in an all Burton 8th row. Of course, brought to you by Karting Australia, LeConte and Max's Tyres. The KA3 Senior Medium in the starter's hands. They round the last turn. We're away. Good start into turn 1. Oh, Thomas goes in deep. Bump and grind. 3 wide through the S's, but they come out of there. Thomas is your leader. Just ahead of Briggs. Neitz tucked in 3rd. Next car through is Chambers. Then Fraser High, who's made good ground. Derek Rogers. Here comes Luciani on Rogers. Oh, down Briggs goes to the inside. Neitz also trying to have a look at Thomas. So plenty of hot spots in this one. But Briggs, the man at the moment, has just skipped away a little bit from Thomas. So Remo Luciani in this class has been absolutely untouchable. Now he tells me he set himself back a little bit. He's got a older chassis this weekend. It's going to take a little bit more work, but don't be surprised if you see him at the head of the queue by the end of the day. So Briggs, Thomas, Neitz, Chambers, High, then Luciani. Rogers is the next one through. Oh, Matty Keeler's had a big moment coming down the hill. So fastest lap time, just what I said, Remo Luciani, 32.971. The only driver sub 33 at the moment. So watch for Luciani. There's no substitute for experience, and he's got it in bucket loads. Now Fraser High down the inside of Thomas. Luciani has a nibble. I tell you what, Chambers has moved forward too. He's grabbed Neats. Thomas. Oh, Fraser High's been served up a bit there. So Briggs is the leader. Chambers in second, gives chase. Neats now. Luciani's got to the head of the next little pack. Thomas and then Fong. Who could ever forget Fong's win in Warrnambool? So the next card after Fong is Derek Rogers. And then Jack Johnson, Fraser High, Termine. Then Burton, Moritz, Henriksen, Dunmore and Burton, with Matty Keeler currently rounding out the field in position at number 16. So the fastest card on the track at the moment belongs to Matthew Neats that last time by, tucked right up behind Todd Chambers. Those two pushing very, very hard to try and catch up to Ethan Briggs. Meanwhile, Briggs is currently your leader. Luciani's broken clear of Thomas. And I tell you what, here comes Fong. Derek Rogers, couple of little fellas together. Then Jack Johnson, Fraser High. So the big push is from second and third to try and catch Luciani, another fastest lap of the race. But he's sort of in no man's land between the two groups. So Briggs down through the last turn. It's Chambers and Neats, line of stern behind. They're working together. You'll notice they haven't tried to pass each other. They're working together to try and get to Briggs. So Fong has dropped off the back of Thomas just a fraction now. But Briggs puts the head down. Last time by, he had 0.6 of a second in the lead. He matched him pretty well for lap times. So it's going to take some catching for these two. With 3 laps left on the board. Chambers has broken a little bit clearer. Neats now, who could fall back into the grass of Luciani. Oh, Matty Keeler. Looks like he's the fire's gone out on the number 15. He pulls into the pits. So that's his day's done. Well, for that one anyway. But still, it's Briggs who leads. And look at Luciani zeroing in on the back of Neats. He's looking really, really strong now. So Briggs, Chambers, Neats and Luciani. Thomas. And then you've got Rogers. Fong's under pressure now from Jack Johnson. Fraser High and Robbie Termine. Seth Burton, Moritz, Henriksen, Dunmore and Burton. So here comes Luciani. They're going to come around and greet the last lap board. So Luciani, he is timing his run. Oh, has a bit of a nibble, nothing doing. Briggs has a look over. Oh, we've got Johnson and Fong parked up at the end of the straight. So Fong will not be happy about that. So Moritz, it's Neats who's managed to hold off Luciani. He's actually gained a little bit on Chambers now. So Briggs, as he did in the opener, comes down the hill for the last time. So Briggs wins heat 2. Chambers, Neats, and then Luciani. Thomas, Rogers, High, Termine, Burton, Moritz, and then Henriksen. Several drivers still a little bit out of their natural position at the moment. Then you've got Burton and Dunmore, Johnson and Fong. Fong not happy. But that was KA3 Medium, brought to you by Karting Australia, LeConte and Max's Tyres. Cadet 12 for MJ Pressure Works and Techno Kart Victoria. Of course, proudly giving away a new chassis for the one of the drivers that completes all the rounds in the cadet classes. The grid for this one, to start off pole position, driving car number 6, it's Blake Purvis. And on his outside in the 86 will be Ewan Anderson. On the second row, pair of Rileys, Riley G and Riley Harrison. Dominic McCurry and also Lewis Kachina to start from the third row, and Ash Manu and Oscar Corliss from row number 4. Alfie Carter and Xavier Mifsud off row number 5 ahead of Michael Lampasi and Cooper Leighton Aitken. Levi Ross and also Caden Humphrey to make up your 14 kart field for MJ Pressure Works and Techno Kart Victoria. They roll around through Skyline onto the straight. Going at a very steady pace at the moment. And in the last turn for MJ Pressure Works and Techno Kart Victoria, this is Cadet 12, Purvis and Anderson to lead him to the line, and we are away. So nice start there for Purvis. Anderson tucks in behind. Look at Riley Harrison. He's trying to move back forward. Probably another driver just out of his normal natural position. Goes to the inside of Siberia and makes it stick. So Harrison into P3. Bit of dicing there from the next karts back. Which one of them is actually Riley G, and I'm not sure who the other card is. We'll get a look at it. It's McCurry. So McCurry has moved up as well. But Purvis and Anderson. Just packed in. Beautiful and tight at the moment. We've got one out of the running. I think that's Oscar Corliss, who's stuck up in the middle of the track there. So he's well off the track. The kart's in a fairly precarious position, but driver safe and well there. Oh, she's a 3-kart battle for the lead now because Riley Harrison is zeroing in on the back of these two front runners. And I'll tell you what, McCurry is right in the mix as well. So we've got an absolute cracker here in Cadet 12. McCurry and also G are tucked in this one with Kachina not far away. So here comes Harrison. He's having a look at Anderson. Goes to the inside. Look for a crisscross. Runs him a little bit too wide for a crisscross for Ewan. So Harrison is asserting himself in this one. Of course, we've seen these two have an absolute ding-dong battle up at Horsham, resulting in the way of Anderson. So it's Purvis who leads, does the fastest lap of the race with a 34.882. But Harrison, not to be outdone, was just 0.02 of a second slower. So there's not anything in it between the front two. And interestingly, there was only one driver, which was Riley G, who didn't do his fastest lap of the race on that last lap. As here comes Harrison at the end of the straight, grabs Purvis. And I tell you what, Anderson's capitalised well, and McCurry. Wow, he's gone from first to fourth in 3 corners, has Blake Purvis. He'll have to regroup now after that one. Riley G tucked in position at number 5 with Lewis Kachina, almost in touch with him. Manu is the next one, then Mifsud. Behind Mifsud, it's Alfie Carter, Lampasi, Ross, Humphrey and Cooper Leighton Aitken currently rounding out your 13 kart field, with Corliss parked up on the exit of the S's. And look at Ewan Anderson. He's come on strong now to challenge Riley Harrison. I think it's a few of these drivers that come to life a little bit since Harrison charged through. And they want a piece of the action. So they come out of the S's down towards Siberia. So Purvis gets up the inside of McCurry there. So Purvis back to P3. But out front, it's Harrison and also Anderson, the two antagonists from the last round. are back in an absolute ding-dong battle with Purvis behind and Mercury. Riley G's doing a great job as well. Well, we've got a spinner just before the straight. I think the lap car was involved there. So we've got one way off the track there. I think it actually might be Purvis. So it's Purvis. It is Purvis. That's absolutely heartbreaking there for him. He's parked way off up the top there. So all of a sudden he's gone from pole sitter, who's in the lead just a couple of laps ago. And then it looks like Cooper Leighton Aitken. Cooper Leighton Aitken has removed the helmet and moved to the infield. But still your leader. Fairly dramatic turn of events here. But it's Riley Harrison and Ewan Anderson. Mercury still in third. I tell you what, Lewis Kachina is now up. Oh, big moment for Lewis exiting the S's. So down they come down the hill. So it's going to say last lap on the board. Harrison and Anderson to battle it out for one more lap before we go final time later in the day. Mercury, Kachina and G. Then Manu. Humphrey and Lampasi. And also Levi Ross. So Alfie Carter is out of this one as well. So that must be up at Siberia. We've lost a couple. So that's Carter and Mifsud. But your winner is Riley Harrison. Second to Ewan Anderson. Third place in this one is going to go to Dominic Mercury, Lewis Kachina, Riley G, Manu. So they continue to file through. Humphrey and Lampasi. Levi Ross will be the last of your runners there in position number 9. And Xavier Mifsud, Alfie Carter and Blake Purvis, Cooper Leighton Aitken and Oscar Corliss. All DNFs in that one, unfortunately. That was Cadet 12 from MJ Pressure Works and Techno Kart Victoria. KA3 Junior on the circuit now for PCJ Data and Electrical, of course, proud sponsors of our live stream. Hello to everyone watching on from home. KA3 Junior, just a 6-car field. Leo Ianella and Thomas Patching to start on the front. Chandler and Murray. Heine not taking part in this one, so Cutting and Smith make up the third row. They roll around for the start. We're away. Nice even start. Chandler's in there on Murray. So as we've seen in several other races now, they all start boxing in the first corner and let the leader go. So Ianella didn't need to be told just to go, and he has gone. But Patching, he's sort of gone a little bit with him now. Murray, and then the third, the cluster, which includes Chandler, also Cutting. Well, Cutting now on the inside, and then Smith currently rounding out the field. So that was a big move from Cutting. So a good battle there for positions 4, 5 and 6. But Ianella pulled out a 3/10 margin, and most of that come from the first corner, where they all got together, slowed down and allowed him to go. Beautiful sunshine here at Hamilton now. You wouldn't have read about it, but here it is. So Ianella comes past the stripe with Patching. Just under 6/10 the margin. Jay Murray's in third. Not surprisingly, every driver on the racetrack did their fastest lap that time by. So a 31.8 for Ianella. The next was a 32.1 for Patching. Murray, Cutting and Chandler, all very similar. And a little bit off that mark was Will Smith. So Ianella, 7/10 ahead now. And once again, the timesheet showing up interesting numbers because Ianella increased his lead but was the only driver not to improve on their lap time. So his fastest lap, the 31.844, he did a 31.851, so nothing in it. But all the other drivers still warming to the challenge. So now fastest lap of the race for Ianella at 31.428. Now, as we said, Ianella, he's won all rounds but one. He was beaten to the flag at Portland by Jacob Chandler, but he had a pretty clean sheet to that point. And he's going on with it here. So Ianella leads from Patching. It's 1.1 seconds. Murray and then Cutting and Chandler. Smith in P6. So same thing again. Every driver bar Ianella does their fastest lap of the race. Ianella just under a tenth off his fastest, but extended his margin. So his 31.5 was still 0.3 faster than anyone else, but it still wasn't his best. So he is absolutely flying, Ianella. Thomas Patching's doing an excellent job as well, but he just doesn't quite have the pace of Ianella at the moment. So some things to work on in the Patching camp. Murray, Cutting, Chandler and Smith currently is your 6-card field in this one. Brought to you by PCJ Data and Electrical. Heat 2 for KA3 Junior. So we've got 6 laps in the book now. And Ianella's about to put lap number 7 in the books in the second heat. So Cutting's got by Murray on that lap too. So Ianella, Patching, Cutting, Murray, Chandler, in Smith is your order. Down into the final corner comes Ianella. 2 laps on the board. Oh, Chandler gets by Murray at the end of the straight too. So Murray just drifting back a little bit now. The sustained pressure. So the last lap board comes out now. So it'll be the last lap for Leo Ianella as he rockets onto the straight here in kart number 6. Patching sits in P2. Cutting the next one through, Chandler and Murray, with Smith currently rounding out the field in position at number 6. One more lap for Ianella. Patching through in second. There's been some battles through the 3rd through to 5th positions. But at the moment, Ianella has done everything he's needed to do. That last lap, it might appear that he's just cruising now, saving the tyres, saving the kart. When you got a margin like this, you got to look after your gear. So down the hill he comes, Patching in P2, but it's going to be Leo Ianella. He's just got to drive well off that last corner and he wins Heat 2. Thomas Patching comes through in second. Lachlan Cutting in position number 3. Chandler, Murray and Smith. Your field in KA3 Junior for PCJ Data and Electrical. We'll be back shortly with KA3 Light. KA3 Senior Light out on the track now. Brought to you by Tony Kart Australia and Ballarat Engine Developments. The grid for this one. And Elliston on the front row, Herbertson and Watson on row number 2, Hall and Parker on the 3rd, Santa Lucia and George on row number 4, Telescovy and Bray on the 5th, Malcolm and Burkhart's on the 6th, Jason Douglas, happy birthday Ray Douglas, Dominic Kachina on row number 7, Bottrell and Lackas, Fewens and Soteropoulos, Caddick, Pizzuti, Malcolm and Carrick. And no start there, so we're going to have to do another circulation here. One of the bigger fields of the weekend with 21 drivers taking part. Of course, Joel McPherson and Corey Herbertson have owned the top step of the podium. 2 wins apiece in this year's series. Of course, Angus Hall's been on the podium. Josh Elliston, Jake Sandler-Chia, Jensen Telescovy, James Serra at Portland, and a bit of a cameo. So we've had plenty of different drivers step on the podium in this class, but the 2 drivers that have stood above all others is McPherson and Herbertson. And it's no surprise to see that they feature prominently here. So 10 laps on the board. We're about to dispatch them in heat number 2 of KA3 Senior Light, brought to you by Tony Kart Australia and Barron Engine Developments. Lights are out. We are racing. And it's McPherson. Herbertson tries to come through in second. All pretty clean here in this one. But it's McPherson who's going to lead down into Siberia. Well, we've got a spinner. I think that's Brock Fewens facing the wrong way on the exit of the S as he gets going again now. But we've got another one pulled up on the inside coming into Siberia. And he looks like he's out of action. Whoever that driver is, we'll get an update when they come back round as the sky starts to darken. So it's McPherson, Herbertson, and then Elliston. Nicky Watson's in there. So's Angus Hall. So it's Josh Lackas, I believe, that's parked up over at Siberia. So Lackas is OUT in this one. So out front, the 2 combatants, it's McPherson and Herbertson, Elliston, and here comes Watson. So Watson on the inside at the final corner for position number 3. Then it's Hall, Sandler-Chia, Parker, Telescovy, Malcolm, Bray, George, Kachina, Douglas, Burkhart's. So we've got stewards looking at a rear bumper on one of the karts. So it's going to be meatballs for him. As now Herbertson goes past McPherson. Look at the cluster for third. Elliston, Watson, Hall. Oh, I reckon that's Telescovy who's in the inside. So Herbertson is your leader from McPherson. It looks like Mika Bottrell's the man who's going to be served the meatball here in a moment. So fastest lap of the race now for McPherson, who's regained the lead. So they're sharing it around between them. Third place belongs to Elliston, Watson. They've all sort of busted up, but I tell you what, the next pack is forming. So spot fires everywhere here in KA3 Senior Light. So we've got another kart pulled up over the back there. So it looks like we've lost Jason Douglas as well. I know Douglas goes through. So Burkhart's is out of this one as well. So I've just checked over towards Siberian. Burkhart's on the edge as the sky continues to get darker. 4 laps remain for the leaders. So it's McPherson and Herbertson, Watson, Elliston, Sandler-Chia, Parker, Hall, Telescovy, George, and Bray is your 10. Jordan, Malcolm. So Malcolm, Jordan is in 11th. Kachina, Cadet, Pizzuti, Carrick, Daniel Malcolm. Mika Bottrell's just got that meatball flag. Dylan Soteropoulos. And then we've lost, so Jason Douglas still going. We've lost Fewens, Burkhart's, and Lackas. Good battle between Parker and Sandler-Chia there. So it looks like Bottrell has acknowledged that flag and pulled in. But now look at the lead that McPherson's got. He did a 31.727 last time by to set the new fastest lap of the race. So he's turned the afterburners on. Nicky Watson's in third. Santa Lucia and Parker. So up through Skyline goes McPherson. The Skyline is getting darker, but it's Herbertson sitting in P2, Watson. And then this battle between Parker and Santa Lucia. So McPherson's got 700 metres to run in heat number 2. Herbertson, he might stay dry at this rate. Watson, Santa Lucia. Then you've got Parker, Elliston, Bray. Hall and then Bray. Telescovy, George is in 10th. Malcolm, Kachina. So plenty to watch. A little bit of drama in this one. So as they come down the straight, it's McPherson, rounds the canteen corner. Down the hill he goes. Into the last turn. And it's going to be Joel McPherson who takes a second heat win for the day. Herbertson finishes in second. They'll start on the front row. Then you've got Watson, Santa Lucia, Parker, Elliston, Hall, Bray, Telescovy, George. So George in P10. Jordan Malcolm, Dominic Kachina, Ashton Caddick, Pizzuti, Carrick, Malcolm, Douglas, Soteropoulos in position at number 17. And Brock Fewens finishes in 18th. And that's your runners in KA3 Senior Light, brought to you by Tony Kart Australia and Barron Engine Developments. Just a reminder, not a bad time to go and buy some merchandise, or also get yourself a good feed up there at the canteen. Just a reminder, it's cash-only purchases at the canteen. But a good opportunity as we get towards the midpoint here, getting closer and closer to the midpoint of the second round. So get up there, get yourself a new hat or a beanie, a hoodie, or get yourself a feed. No time like the present. A bit closer to lunchtime here at Hamilton. Bit of a spit of rain out there now, so going to make conditions interesting as the next few rounds come through. Pro Karting presents Victorian Combined Masters on the circuit now for their second heat. Just a reminder that if you do have anyone going above and beyond, you can nominate them for the Pro Karting Sportsmanship Award. The forms are in the canteen. So if you've got someone who you think has done an absolute justice and deserves that award, please nominate them. It is a very, very prestigious award, the Pro Karting Sportsmanship Award. We'll be rolling around shortly. We'll be back with the start of Victorian Combined Masters for Pro Karting. We're in the starter's hands. Taylor just makes it out. Lights are out, we're away. Ash Mitchell turns in first off. Forrest goes straight ahead. Crane across the grass and spins. So your race one winner. Stubbs is across the grass too. So we're action stations here at the starter Masters. So the field has been thrown on its head. So Crane, your race one winner, has gone around at the S's. Stubbs has gone across the grass. Not a great start for the locals here in the Masters. Mitchell's your leader. Reethus and then Gigas, Page, Ord, and then Forrest and Pethbridge. So Pethbridge has made up bulk positions in this. So Mitchell has got the best of the start here and leads comfortably from Gigas. Retha sits P3, Page, then Forrest. Oh, here comes Pethbridge on Ord. So as we said, Pethbridge is way out of position at the start. Crane's a long way back too after starting from pole position. The went across through the inside of the S's, did Matt Crane on the opener and then looped it. And then on the other side of the S's, Stubbs went across. So actually Stubbs is out of this one. So he's parked up down at Siberia, the loneliest spot on Buckley Park Raceway. So Mitchell still your leader comfortably from Rethus, who's coming under pressure from Gigas. Then you've got Page. This one's just rattled me. So much action at the start. Pethbridge, and then it's Forrest, Ord, Crane. And then it's Wilson. Taylor under a cloud literally after a sneaky shortcut in the roll-arounds. Jackson, the next kart through. He's in position number 11, and we've lost Stubbs early on. So Mitchell did the fastest lap last time past. He comes up the straight off. Page is off down the hill. It's a misguided missile at the moment, and Forrest is off too. He's looking for the trees, but comes back on. So Page and also Pethbridge, that was almost clumsy into the S's. But I think there might be some sort of issue with the Page car because it's not turning very nicely at all. So Pethbridge makes up position there. So Mitchell is absolutely flying as now the rain starts to get a bit heavier in Gigas. Gigas is off at the end of the straight, parked in the beach outside the canteen. So now the rain's getting heavy. This is becoming more and more treacherous as Crane looks to move up. So Matt Crane, can he resume some of this positioning? Ord's off at the end of the straight too. Oh, and Andrew Jackson's at the S's. We've got another one. Wilson's off, X in the S's. Pethbridge is off. Page is off. There'll be no one left in a minute. Forrest is off at Siberia. This is going to be a last man standing kind of deal here. So Mitchell's your leader. Second place is Daniel Rees. Oh, Mitchell had a wheel off. So does Rethus is close. Is there anyone still going behind them? Well, yes, there is. It's Matty Crane. So Crane now is into position number 3 in the most unlikely set of circumstances you'd ever read about. He sits P3. The missile comes down the end of the straight. John Page. It's a very slow missile at the moment. So we've got hardly any left. So it's like a used cart yard out there as you come through from the S's up to Siberia. And it's getting wetter and wetter. So Pethbridge and Jackson to move the cart off there, but we're down to just a 7, no less than that. We're down to 6 runners. So Mitchell continues to lead from Rethus. Daniel Rethus is doing a good job. That very high seating position would be working a treat there for Daniel Rethus. Crane sits in 3rd. He's certainly done something. Ord's off going down the hill as well. So Ord nearly made his own track down there. Taylor comes through as well. As we said, he's under a cloud. Not the one that's raining on him, but he's definitely under a cloud. So conditions very, very difficult, but Ash Mitchell is cruising. So 2 laps remain for Mitchell. Daniel Rethus, his closest challenger. So this is going to be bulk points, and who would have thought when you saw Matty Crane spin on the opening lap that somehow he'd come back, be in the top 3. Page sits in 4th. He's had a few excursions as Johnny Page too. Next on the track, you've got Taylor and Ord. So down they come through the, he's going to come around and see the last lap board, Ash Mitchell. So in the absolute change of conditions, So the rains come in and they're on slick tyres. So it's probably no surprise to see that Ash Mitchell would have grown up racing in slicks on the wet. So did Daniel Reethus. So would Matt Crane, John Page, Ron Taylor. They had solid rubber wheels when Ron Taylor started. Ord sits, he's behind there in position number 6. They're going very, very slow. They're going to end up a lap down here. Oh, there's a kart backfiring here. I can't see which one it was, but there was a kart seriously backfiring as it went through the S's. I can't tell if it's the Page kart. Oh, it's Taylor. So Taylor's got an issue. But the winner is Ash Mitchell. In one of the scenes of the day, Reethus finishes in second. Taylor's going to be devastated not to finish, but the penalty's probably going to be more hurtful than that anyway, but it might nullify it. So Crane comes around. He's just got to fend off Page. So the last corner. Matty Crane gets back for third. Fourth for John Page. And they are the last of the finishers. Ord is actually going to be the last finish. So we've had 5 of 12 karts finish that one in Victorian Combined Masters for Pro Karting. So just while we wait for the next class, which is Restricted Heavy, to come out, just a reminder that Johanna and also Tony have got some collections for prizes that haven't been collected. For Kobe Trigg, you have a 365 apparel voucher. Matthew Elliott, DPE voucher. Andrew Stubbs, a DPE voucher. Chris Gardner, you have a set of tyres. And Peter Gigas, you have a set of tyres. So if those guys could collect their prizes from the canteen, the girls won't be held up any longer. So we will go back in a sec with Restricted Heavy for AHR Media and Darren Sportography. So Tag Restricted Heavy brought to you this weekend by AHR Media and Darren Sportography. Kyle Booth to start from the pole ahead of Adrian Matheson. Andrew Calvert and Mick Angwin to start on the second row. Jace Kilcullen and Bailey Petch from row number 3. Kevin Hitchcock to start from position at number 7. And no Alex Clode and Hayden Tucker to report in this one. So they'll do another formation lap and then we'll let them loose. Perfect weight for this condition. So hopefully we'll get some good racing here in the Restricted Heavies. So Kyle Booth, a convincing winner in the Open. Booth and Matheson to lead him away. Bit of an unorganised start there, and Matheson's taken the lead. So conditions are actually appalling now. So we'll wait and see as they come round. Angwin looks like he slipped up a couple of positions there, but I tell you, Matheson ran very wide into Siberia, which has cost him bulk time. So Booth leads from Angwin. Third place at the moment is Bailey Petch, so the train is on fire now. In position at number 3. So Booth leads Angwin, Petch, Kilcullen. Matheson's dropped back. Calvert and then Hitchcock. So Hitchcock wouldn't use much tyre up in his first one. So watch to see if he can do something in this second event. So 0.6 of a second was the lead for Kyle Booth. But as we saw at Horsham, Angwin did not give up and ran him down. So Petch sits in P3. Then Kilcullen, Matheson. Hitchcock's got some work to do. Usually not too bad in the rain, Kevin Hitchcock. So he has got a little bit of work to do in this one. So Booth, the fastest lap of the race with a 38.387. So we had 0.4 on Angwin. He had a second on Morton. Sorry, Petch. So, so he's driving beautifully. Is Kyle Booth at the head of the order. Angwin's having his best run of the weekend so far in position number 2. Then Petch, Kilcullen, Matheson and Hitchcock. So Hitchcock's making a little bit of inroads there, but he's still got a lot of work to do. While Kilcullen, Matheson was so good in the opener, struggling a little bit here in these conditions. The Hitchcock kart's sliding around a lot. So Booth, the only driver not to improve on his lap time that last time by, but still was faster than anyone else. So at 38.462 for Booth last time by, 38.6 for Angwin. So it's 1.2 seconds for Kyle Booth. So the Booth kart looking very, very nice at the moment, the 21. So the margin's still 1.2 seconds, so very closely matched on lap times that time by. Whilst Bailey Petch continues to improve. He's not far off those lead guys now. A little bit of track distance, but pace-wise he is actually winding up. Kilcullen, Matheson and Hitchcock with Calvert rounding out your field in position at number 7. Of course, brought to you by AHR Media and Darren Sportography. If you need some photos from the weekend, definitely contact Darren Sportography. And if you've got anything to add to the commentary, feel free to message me on the AHR Media Facebook page. But Booth, another fastest lap of the race as he edges that margin out to 1.5 seconds. It's Petch in third. So could Bailey Petch be on for his first VCS podium after snatching the pole at the Wimmera? Had an engine fail yesterday. He's running with a Scott King prepared engine. So I'm sure he's very grateful to even be out there currently in a podium position. So Hitchcock's got by Kilcullen and Matheson now. So he's in position at number 4. So it looks like it's starting to come together a little bit now for Hitchcock as he does a 39.048. So he's taken a little bit of time out of Morton Petch there that last time by. So it's nearly 4 tenths faster. Was Hitchcock than Petch. While out front, Kyle Booth has done nothing wrong in this one, but we know it's a tiptoe around. Make a big effort to get there. Fastest lap of the race. So he's just one lap. So through Just before we go with Tag Light, just a reminder, we've got some prizes still to be collected for Kobe Trigg, Matthew Elliott, Andrew Stubbs, Chris Gardner and Peter Gigas, if you collect your prizes from the canteen, if you haven't done so already. Tag Light on track now, brought to you by Southwest Conveyancing, of course, proud sponsors of our live stream alongside PCJ Data and Electrical. And also a shout out to Liam and Harrison from Fitz Media Productions. All weather conditions, they're out there filming, doing our live stream. So massive shout out to those guys and thank you for your efforts as we get set for Tag Light. Let's run you through the grid, and starting off pole position will be kart number 48 of Jono McKean. On his outside is Mitch Sutage. On the second row is Daniel Finlay and Max Fay. Jay Rakavalis and Billy Westerveld to start from the third row. David Menzel and Steve Malkin from row number 4. Greg Dunmore and Daniel Pegg rounds out your 10-kart field here for Tag Light. Of course, brought to you by Southwest Conveyancing. Lay off the track there. Bit unfortunate there for him, going down the short straight. So McKean wants to make the move on Fay. So watch for Billy Westerveld to make some moves in this field. But out front, there's no one challenging Jono McKean at the moment. He is an absolute jet. First lap, and he's got nearly 2 seconds lead on the field. So McKean is absolutely flying. As now Fay has got by Sutage. And I tell you what, Westerveld's gone with him. So they come down the hill. It's McKean, then Daylight, Fay and Westerveld. Sutage. Next cart through, I think, is Rakavalis. It is Rakavalis, Malkin, Finlay, Dunmore, Pegg and Menzel. So Menzel not quite having the run we might have expected from him. Of course, former black plate holder in restricted light was Dave Menzel. So expect that he'll probably do something a bit more as this race goes on. Now, I'm not sure what's happening with the timing here, but it's showing Billy Westerveld's dropped to the bottom, but he's actually sitting in position number 3. So not quite sure whether we've had a lost transponder or what's happened there. So Westerveld up into position number 2, but currently showing in position number 10. Rakavalis. to Max Fay. Sutage. Oh, a bit of a wiggle for Sutage coming onto the straight. Then you've got Malkin, Pegg, Rakavalis and Dunmore with Menzel. Just struggling to keep up with the rest of the field there. I think he might be pulling the pin, Dave Menzel. Had the arm up. He's called it a day. So Menzel is OU. But our front is still Jono McKean. The margin on the timing cannot fail like it shows. And I tell you what, I reckon the margin's actually closing. So Westerveld well clear of the back of Pegg. So we've lost Daniel Finlay and also got 2 laps remaining on the board. So McKean goes through. Westerveld in second. Fay in position number 3. And rounding out the field will be Greg Dunmore. That was Tag Light for Southwest Conveyancing. KA4 Junior Light on the track now for Melbourne Kart Centre. The grid for this one to start on the pole position will be kart 18 of Matt Basso. On his outside will be the 11 of James Snaith, Jaden Della and Max Mariner after that little spin on the straight to start on the second row. Acacia McEachran and Darcy Heine off the third. Aston Hill and Chelsea Humphrey with Josh White rounding out the field in position number 9. So, of course, thanks to Melbourne Kart Centre, they're proud supporters of the VCS and they're here presenting you with KA4 Junior Light. Their man on pole position in this one, Matt Basso, to lead them away. So Basso and Snaith, this is going to be a really interesting battle between these two. And I'll tell you what, Della was a rocket in quali. So watch out for Della as well. Oh, Mariner might have dropped a wheel going down the back chute into Siberia. All still going. But it's Basso leading from Snaith. Then Della, a little bit of a bump coming on the straight, just clipped the curb. Did Della, Mariner's in fourth. McEachran next one through. Heine, watch for Heine to make some moves. Of course, we've seen Heine on the top step in this class earlier in the series. Not quite having the day we might have liked today, but we'll expect him to rebound in this one. So behind Heine, we've got Hill, Humphrey, and also White. So just a 2/10 margin from the opening lap there for Basso, because Snaith is going with him. As we saw in the last one, Snaith just got better and better as the race went on. So this is going to be a good one. He's in contention at the moment. And right now he's in contention because he's gone past at the end of the straight. So James Snaith, watch for Basso for a big move on the inside and does so. So they're going to slow themselves down and allow Della into the battle as well. So Basso moves across the block, and you know what? James Snaith says, I'm going to have it anyway. So Snaith for the lead. Della's right in it as well. So we're going to have a 3-car battle for the lead. Basso's in the high side into Siberia. Look for the crisscross on the nose to tail through Skyline. And Della is right now on the KA4 Junior Light. But it's Snaith who leads from Basso. Della right tucked in behind. Mariner's got a little bit of breathing space from McEachran and also Heine. Then you got Aston Hill. Oh, Snaith. The fire's gone out on the 11. You would not read about it. Almost a bit like what happened with Spiros before. Gone from the lead, James Snaith. Heartbreak for him. But it's Basso now and Della to duke it out in this one. So Della is on the attack on Matt Basso. Oh, fishtail there for Basso. Opportunity for Della. Will he take it? Yes, he does. So a move there for Jaden Della. Oh, Basso has a look back. Gets on the inside. It's going to be tight. But Della drives beautifully off the last turn. So Basso sits P2. And I'll tell you what, Mariner's also coming up into this battle. So the more these two fight, it's going to invite Mariner in. And I'll tell you what, McEachran's also zeroing in on this battle. So plenty happening in KA4 Light. Feel a bit bad there for James Snaith. He was on fire and the fire went out. So Dell is your leader from Basso. Mariner, look at Mariner coming on. Here comes Basso at the end of the straight on Della. Makes the run. And every time these two battle, it invites Mariner in. So Della sits it up a little bit higher through the last corner to get good drive. It's close. Doesn't seem to have the pull up the hill to make it work there. But where Della's big opportunity seems to be on the straight. So Basso covers his line here. He goes a little bit narrower. Oh, actually, Basso's wider. Mariner right in contention now with Della. So if those two start fighting, see you later, Matt Basso. He will not hang around and wait for him to work it out. So nicer drive onto the straight there from Basso. And he's put just a little bit of margin now into Della. So what's Della got to come back at with him? Mariner down the hill. He sits P3. I think if they are doing it on pure pace and they're not fighting, I think they're going to skip away from Mariner. But the minute they start fighting, he's back in this battle. So through they come on Skyline. Adela continues to hang on to the back of Basso. So Basso did his fastest lap that last time by. No coincidence that he didn't have. Tell you what, he's got a handful again now because Della has come right back at him. So a good battle here at the lead between Basso and Della. Della tried a little bit too hard there through the S's and gave up a little bit. But where we see he's really strong is from the time they come onto the straight till the time way around the track. So he's going to have to be careful, and here he's going to pull into the pits, but it's Della that wins. Mariner in second. be good if you put a hat on, get a bit of glare from the top of the straight there. But here we go. Cadet 9, Bristow and Polkinghorne to lead them away. 9 karts here in Cadet 9. Polkinghorne sizes up the back of Bristow. It's been a good duel between the two so far this weekend, although when Bristow decided to put on the afterburners before, there was absolutely no stopping him. But at the moment, they're just sensing it out, getting a feel for the track conditions. So Polkinghorne tries to go on the inside. Nothing doing there. So Chambers and Armit in battle for third position. Armit's got a bit of a run here. Pulls out on Chambers. Can't get through there. But out front, Bristow just starting to hit his straps. But here comes Polkinghorne right in his back pocket. Bristow has a bit of a look around. Polkinghorne doing a sensational job, as is Chambers. Next cart through is Armit, Gurney, Sullivan Green, Lawson Effingham, Jackson Boyle and Chet O'Leary is your field. So fastest lap that time by for Archie Bristow, a 41.407. So Bristow 2/10 faster than anyone else that last time past the strop. Actually 1/10 faster because Chambers was actually quicker than Polkinghorne that time. So look for Chambers to do some damage in this one. Eyes on those coals at the end. He is got blistering pace. So Armit's broken clear now of Chambers. Gurney's the next car through. Alana's in P5. Then you've got Sullivan Green and Lawson Effingham who are having a great battle. Jackson Boyle comes through and Jet O'Leary is our kart rounding out the field. Although O'Leary, he comes down the hill into the final corner. So he's currently running in 9th position. So Bristow, as we've seen so many times, has now decided he's going to light the wick and take off here in Cadet 9. And kart number 8 has absolutely come to life now. Polkinghorne sits P2. Armit, he's starting to put some strong laps in. Before, he's just responded to the pressure, waited for his kart to come on, and now he's just stretched his legs and got away just a little bit. Polkinghorne. Well, last lap, I tell you what, Chambers was actually the second fastest kart on the track, but he's tucked up behind Armit, although Chambers is gone. He's backed in up at the end of the straight. So bad luck there for Bo Chambers. He's had a lose there at the end of the straight. But after setting his fastest lap of the race, and it was one of the quickest laps of the race too. Oh no, and Jackson Boyle's around there too, so we're getting a bit of a parking lot up there now. So bad luck there. Jackson Boyle out of action as well. Bristow from Polkinghorne and now Armit. So Armit is turning the screws every bit that he can on Polkinghorne. So 2 laps remain. I tell you what, Ahmed is coming on really, really strongly at the moment. Just took half a second out of Polkinghorne. He's only 3/10 behind. Oh, Jet O'Leary's gone round. So O'Leary is around on the exit of the S's. So we've got a few off now as this race has gone on. There's now Ahmed. Look at him. He's come all the way up to the back of Polkinghorne. The last lap board's about to be shown. I'll tell you what, Oliver Ahmed, he's got just over 700 metres to try and move up to position number 2. We've seen pace from him. He took the opening pole at Cobden. Polkinghorne has a bit of a look over the shoulder and responds. So Bristow, he's done everything he needs to do. Oh, I'll tell you what, the battle's raging here with Polkinghorne and Ahmed. But Bristow rounds the last turn. It's going to be a Heat 2 win for Archie Bristow. Another classy performance in Cadet 9 for Chambers, portable line boring. Second place is going to go to Polkinghorne. Third to Ahmed. P4 now belongs to Alana Gurney, with Lawson Eppingham coming home position 5 ahead of Sullivan Green. With Chambers, Boyle and O'Leary failing to finish. That was Cadet 9 for Chambers, portable line boring. is absolutely flying at the moment. He was about 6/10 faster than anyone else on that last lap. Absolutely driving on the limit. Scott King now has grabbed Ryan Cook. And also he's moved away now. So King into second. He's going to give chase to Jackson. Jackson is absolutely flying at the moment. So we'll have to see how that goes for the race distance. Fastest lap of the race then for Scott King. Pulled 3/10 out of Jackson, who's 1.1 seconds up the road. So Jackson leads King, then Cook, Solomon, and Pollard. So Pollard's found a little bit of form in this one. Pollard, then it's Dumsney and Holt rounding out your field. So Jackson still your leader. Fastest lap again for Scott King at 36.560. So he's pulled that margin down to just 0.6 of a second. Pulled 0.4 out of Jackson last time by. So here comes Scott King. Probably have a bit of a bee in his bonnet. Got a small penalty for a starting infringement in that opener. And so he will be wanting to put his name on this one. Solomon now on the inside of Cook. The two come out of the last corner side by side up the straight. Cook gets the better of that battle. So now King is right on the back of Jackson. Oh, Solomon and Pollard are at it down the exit of Siberia. But here comes King. Jackson covers. King tries the outside. There's a little bit of cat and mouse going on here for the lead, ladies and gentlemen. They've got 4 laps to set it out, sort it out, and here comes King on the inside. So that's a move for the lead from Scotty King. Jackson sits P2. Cook currently in P3. Solomon, Pollard, Dumsney, and then Holt currently rounding out the field. So King has now moved well clear of Jackson. So Jackson in P2. Still a strong run from him. Cook managing to hold off. He's put a little bit of margin actually now into Solomon and Pollard. So he's managing to keep this one working for him. So the margin 1 second for Scott King. Second, Aaron Jackson. Ryan Cook sits third. Aidan Solomon, Liam Pollard, Ray Dumsney and Adam Holt is your field in this one. But King has moved well clear now of Jackson. 2 laps remaining. They're all sort of in their position now. Look likely to hold till the end. So the fastest kart that time passed clearly was Scott King. Second on the time charts there was Ryan Cook. So Jackson didn't have the greatest lap last time by, but he's got track position, and track position is King for P2. So King comes down the hill to see the last lap board. So he's on his way to a Heat 2 win. Jackson sits second, Cook in third, Solomon, Pollard, Dumsney and Holt is your field. So King down the straight for the last time in Tag Heavy, brought to you by All-Star Graphics and the 365 Apparel Company. He rounds the last turn. And it's King that wins Heat 2. Jackson home in second. Cook in third. Solomon, Pollard, Dumsney and Holt round out the field. That was Tag Heavy. We'll be back shortly with Tag Restricted Medium. Restricted medium for heat number 2, brought to you by KFC. It's Fielding and McCullough to start on the front. Rankin and Keensrod, Shrub and Head on row number 3. Ryan and Sloan, Wright and Rosensberg, Lumsden and Peveril, Humphrey, Storer and Tonkin. So watch for Storer and look from Humphrey from the rear. Starter's hands, it's Fielding and McCullough. Fielding away nicely. Rankin slips up the inside. Bit of bump and grind. They're all taking a look at each other. Lumsden's out very wide. 3 wide exiting the S's. They've all been pretty polite to this point. Oh, I tell you what, Rankin's come around the outside. Fielding sits in P2. Zeke Sloan is off up at Siberia. So here comes Fielding. He's on the inside again of Rankin. Makes that move stick, and I tell you what, McCullough's going to capitalise. Look for McCullough at the last turn, goes to the inside and gets up beside him. Side by side, sliding. It's an epic battle here for the lead, but it's Fielding that currently holds it. McCullough second, Rankin. And then I tell you what, look at Jeremy Keensrod. We haven't seen this kind of format of Jeremy for ages, and he's right in the mix. McCullough crisscrosses Fielding to take the lead, so that's a move for outright position. Fielding sits second. Rankin, look at the Fielding card. He comes on strong on the main straight. Oh, bit of bump, bit of Morse code. I'm here, Corey. And then the cluster behind of Rankin. And then look at Bo Humphrey. So Bo Humphrey's up to 4th from the back of the field already, ladies and gentlemen. So he is absolutely turning on a blinder. Jack Ryan's in behind. He's won a round so far this year. So McCullough's made big margin there. Second now is Humphrey. So Humphrey's come from last to second, ladies and gentlemen. Get a load of that. Rankin on the inside of Fielding now. Jack Ryan's in the battle. Daniel Storer's also in there. Here comes, Jack Ryan on the inside of Fielding. So Fielding's getting boxed around the ear a little bit at the moment. And I tell you what, here comes James Head, looks at Keensrod. All the way up to, gone through as quickly as Bo Humphrey, but I tell you what, he currently sits in position at number 6. So Humphrey gives chase on McCullough. Rankin still sits third. Jack Ryan. Now it's Storer. So Storer's up to P5 now. This is an absolute cracker. One of the most entertaining classes all season is this restricted medium. And it's Corey McCullough, the former Sprint Car Classic champion, who leads from Bo Humphrey and then Terry Rankin. Jack Ryan and then Daniel Storer. Keensrod, Fielding, Head, Lumsden, Peveril, Rosensberg, Shrub, Wright and Sloan is currently your field. Humphrey owns the fastest lap of the race. He took half a second that time out of Corey McCullough. So McCullough's lead is just 6/10, so it's not going to be long and they're going to be on together. So they come past 5 laps remain. And I tell you what, Humphrey can nearly sniff. He can smell the cologne now of McCullough. So they come down the back chute. So now McCullough under pressure from Humphrey. Oh, Jack Ryan with a big move at the last turn on Terry Rankin, which invites Daniel Storer into the battle. Oh, Storer very sideways. We saw that cost him a win up at Horsham. So he comes in on Rankin, goes to the inside, Storer. Oh, a bit of touch there, but they're going to both keep going. I think Rankin's going to prevail. So they come onto the straight nose to tail. And I tell you what, McCullough has stepped it up a little bit now that Humphrey has got right to the back of him. So maybe he's leaving a little bit in the tank and realised I can't do it anymore. So Ryan sits in P3 and now Storer has got by Rankin. So Daniel Story's up to P4. I tell you what, Corey McCullough slaps down the fastest lap of the race. So he was cruising in that number 90. He's done a 37.3. Humphrey did his fastest lap of the race, was 2/10 off. So all of a sudden, someone's woken up the beast and McCullough is off. Plenty of margin for Humphrey to work with. Jack Ryan's the next one. Then Daniel Storer, Terry Rankin. And then you've got Keensrod. James Head's also made big progress. Lumsden, but McCullough, he sees 2 laps remaining from Humphrey. And then you've got Jack Ryan. Daniel Storer is giving absolute chase to the Jack Ryan kart. Terry Rankin sits in P5. Keensrod, Head, Lumsden, Fielding, who's plummeted down the order. Peveril, Rosenzweig, Shrub and Sloan with Chris Wright coming past the starter's tower now. Here's your last runner. Rowan Tonkin has taken no part in this one. So the last lap board's out for Corey McCullough in the 90. Driving, for course, for the Kartworks team, Billy Ryan currently sits at the head of the order. Humphrey sits second, and now here comes Daniel Storer on Jack Ryan. What a battle. We've got Storer's up on the high side into Siberia. Watch for the crisscross. He's going to go right around the outside. That's a mega move too. So Storer with a massive move around the outside of Siberia to take third. So McCullough comes down the hill. He made big inroads there, Humphrey, but went in a bit deep. Comes to the checkered flag, and it's Corey McCullough. So McCullough wins. Second place goes to Beau Humphrey. Daniel Storer, he finishes in third. Jack Ryan home in fourth. Terry Rankin, Jeremy Keensrod, James Head, Max Lumsden, Josh Fielding and Ben Peveril. And that is your top 10 now in restricted medium. Brought to you by KFC. X30 on circuit now for Remo Racing, Iami and the X30 engine. So in the starter's hands, X30 for Remo Racing. Here we go. Dowson into turn one. Hughes very deep. Jack Bell pushed out wide there. They're all getting through at the moment. So Dowson once again has made a big fist to the start. Hughes is in second. Here comes Williams. Oh, Jack Bell with a big move on Parker Scott. That was from a long way back. A Hail Mary there from Jack Bell as now Hughes goes past Williams. So it's Willing in the early stages. Oh, look at the cluster at the towards the rear of the field with Nick Ryan. And also Will Misson. Mav Benson's in there too. So Dowson absolutely rockets away from this field. So Hughes currently sits in position number 2. Third is Williams. Jack Bell, look at him coming through the field. Parker Scott, oh, here comes Jackson Johnson on Domisham. Domisham was a long way through the field, given his starting position. Trigg, Misson, Jabke, Rogers, Ryan and Benson. So Dowson, though, he is absolutely untouchable at the moment at the head of the order. Oh, Jack Bell again with another Hail Mary on Hughes this time. So Jack Bell means business here. Hughes back on the inside of Parker. Scott's getting very willing further down the order. Benson on Jabke there, a drag up to the turn one. Their line is turning. Now look at Jack Bell's up to P2, the former national champion, showing his colours here in heat number 2 of X30. For Remo Racing, Iami and the X30 engine, Jack Bell is actually P3. My apologies. He hasn't got by Nathan Williams and he's got some catching up to do so. Jackson Johnson sits in P4. Hughes and Domishin. Oh, they're treading a fine line at the end of the straight. Derek Rogers is off the track. Maverick Benson gets up the inside of Rogers, but can't make it stick. Look at the mud on the front of those go-karts. So still it's Dowson who is absolutely streeting them at the moment. Oh, we've got a spinner there. We've got a lost wheel, actually. So the wheel has almost made it to Siberia. That's off the wheel missing cart. So the wheel is vacated and is parked up right on the infield down at Siberia. So Dowson continues to lead. Oh, we've got Thomas Hughes off the track. So Hughes off the track coming down the hill. So it's opened the floodgates there for him. Wow, there's some red-hot battles in this, but out front, Dowson. He's in another postcode, Dowson. Second place is Williams, and then you've got now you've got Jackson Johnson, who's made some big progress on Jack Bell. Domishin on the inside of Bell. So Bell, those Hail Mary moves early on have really come to no avail now. Kobe Triggs doing an excellent job. Oh, Parker Scott up the inside. He takes Mav Benson with him on Nick Ryan. So all of a sudden, Benson's making some big progress. Oh, Jabke takes 3, takes 1 out, and might end up no better than he started. But he's made 1 position there. So a little bit of a brain fade there from Jabke. But it's Jacob Dowson who's just cruising as the sky gets darker and darker and darker here at Hamilton. Johnston, he leads Domishin. Bell's dropped back a bit. Kobe Triggs doing an outstanding job. Then Parker Scott and Mav Benson are the next through. So Benson in 8th, Nick Ryan, Thomas Hughes. Well, Thomas Hughes has dropped right to the bottom of the order after that last run through the S's. So at the moment, it was a 3.5 second lead last time by for Dowson. He's just got the cruise control set at the moment. Williams is in second. Then you've got Jackson Johnson and Matt Domishin. Jack Bell's dropped off a bit now. Trigg, Parker Scott, and then Mav Benson. Oh, here we go. Johnston gets up the inside of Domishin. Jomiston goes to the crisscross. This is a battle that isn't going to go away. Crisscross coming out of Siberia. Up they go through Skyline. Not quite side by side. So Dowson, he's going to see the last lap board this time by in cart number 8. Trying to get some water on those tyres. Currently is Dowson. Domishin's back ahead of Johnston. Bell and then Trigg and Parker Scott under fire now from Mav Benson. Derek Rogers behind and Nick Ryan. So we've seen Nick Ryan run right at the pointy end of this field, but unfortunately currently in position at number 10. So Dowson eases his way down the hill. I say eases and he only went 4 wheels over the curb, so don't worry about me. He comes to the finish line as Jacob Dowson, who takes the win. Nathan Williams in second, Matt Domishin, Jackson Johnston, Jack Bell, Kobe Trigg. Well done, Kobe. That was a good run. Parker Scott and Mav Benson. Derek Rogers and Nick Ryan round out the 10 ahead of Riley Jabke, while we lost Thomas Hughes and Will Misson. That was X30 for Remo Racing, Iami and the X30 engine. Just restricted light, and then we're going to go finals racing.
Cam Waters. If you're looking at buying or selling anywhere in Victoria, make sure you speak to the team at Southwest Conveyancing, Warrnambool. Now let's go cut some laps.
So Restricted Light on the track now for their final. Brought to you by our major sponsor of the Victorian Country Series, DPE Kart Superstore. If you're watching on from home, hello and welcome to Victorian Country Series at Hamilton's Buckley Park Raceway. This is the final heat before we go finals racing. It's about to get serious. So one more to tick off and then we're going to give away some trophies. So if you're watching at home, get a drink, go to the toilet, get set because we're about to let them loose. So Restricted Light in the starter's hands, but DPE Kart Superstore and we're away. So it's Tim Rankin who leads. Christensen's right in there, as is the Sot. Oh, I tell you, Spiros has been very, very gentle and very gentlemanly through the first corner. But watch for Anagnostopoulos to start making his way forward. He is an absolute jet. So our front, though, it's Rankin and the Sot. So Soteropoulos, haven't seen him in VCS competition this year, but he has not lost any of his touch. Andrew Ray sits in third. Christensen, here comes Oscar Maloney. So Maloney's having a good run this weekend in kart number 12. Oh, he comes together with Bridge, bit clumsy on the exit of the S's. They're going to go 3 wide, nearly 4 wide into Siberia. You wouldn't read about it. But I'll tell you who might come out the big victor on that is that Kart on the inside, which we'll just get a number on it when it comes back past. But that's been a major benefactor for 22 of Bailey, late and Aitken, although now Bridge comes back. So I tell you what, Oscar Maloney's had the ears boxed around there after a stunning move up into the end of the start straight. Gets himself going. Spiros is moving forward, so watch out for Anagnostopoulos. So it is an absolute roller coaster through the for the minors. They're battling hard, but out front, Tim Rankin. As we said, he's a bit wounded this weekend. He won't mind if the track's going a bit slower. Andrew Ray straight up into P2 now, so he's got by the Sot. Fourth place is Christensen. And then here comes Spiros, Anagnostopoulos, who's up to position number 5 from the rear of the field. So it's a 14-car field, and Spiros has made his way all the way up to position number 5. He's undefeated in the final so far this season. Can he do it again? There's going to be some stiff competition, but you get the feeling he's up for the challenge. And I tell you what, Andrew Ray, he is leaving no stone unturned. He sits in position number 2, the Sot. And then Christensen, Spiros. So Rankin continues to lead. When was the last time you saw 2 Simpson helmets at the head of the order? It'd be a while, but that's who's leading at the moment. So Rankin has a bit of a look over the shoulder, sees that bright red helmet of Andrew Ray. He knows who's coming, and Ray's on a bit of a mission at the moment. Soteropoulos, Christensen, Spiros. And then behind Spiros is Jaden Bridge. So fastest lap last time by for Spiros Anagnostopoulos. So the mailman delivers every time, and he's starting to turn it on here. So fastest laps of the race there for themselves for Rankin, Ray, Soteropoulos and Christensen. But I tell you what, none of them did a time that was faster than Spiros. And I tell you, Jaden Bridge has also got pace behind Spiros. So he is in good shape, Jaden Bridge, at the moment. They come past once again, and Rankin, Ray's just getting closer and closer each lap. Soteropoulos in a little bit of no man's land. Here comes Spiros. So Spiros Anagnostopoulos up the inside of Christensen. So another fastest lap for Spiros. You wouldn't believe it. He was 7/10 faster than what the leaders were. So he's absolutely cranking it up. Or 4/10 faster than Ray, and Ray's got pace at the moment on Tim Rankin. So maybe the dry track, that body's starting to fade for Tim Rankin. Tell you what, the adrenaline will be covering a little bit of it up, but he's just got to keep moving. Because Ray is in second. Soteropoulos and Anagnostopoulos. That's a tongue twister. Christensen's in P5. Jaden Bridge, Dowland, Maloney, Bailey, Leighton Aitken, Lee Wilkinson rounds out the 10. Then you've got Lacus, Elliott, Holt, and also Go Lightly. So Andrew Ray is right up now on the back of the Tim Rankin go-kart. 2 laps remain. So watch for Ray to try and move on Rankin. Might have got a couple of wheels off in the dirt there, Andrew Ray. Just make it hard now to make that position up. But they've still got approximately 1,100 metres. Oh, Rankin goes defensive on the straight. Gets it over to the inside to block Ray. I think you look for a surprise move. Is it going to come at the pit corner? No, he thinks better of it, Ray. He's got to have one good crack at it. And now Spiros has gone past the Sot as well. So Anagnostopoulos passes Soteropoulos. So he's up to position 3 from the rear of the field, Spiros. So he's going to be a very, very dangerous man in this final later on this afternoon. So Rankin, he had just under 2/10 of a second. He has fired it up for this last run. And Ray, it would appear, has conceded that he's going to finish in second position. Just looked a bit nonchalant through those last couple of corners. So he settled for P2, has Andrew Ray. Oh, and we got one off, that's Bridge. So but Rankin's the winner from Ray. Spiros, the Sot, Christensen, Bridge, Dowland. Dowland with the fastest lap on the last lap. The next car through is Lacus. Then Oscar Maloney in 9th. And then Lee Wilkinson gets a top 10 there in position 10. Matthew Elliott, Bailey Leighton Aitken, and Josh Holt. Daniel Go Lightly will round out the field. That is the last of the heat races, ladies and gentlemen. It's about to get serious here at round 5 of the DPE Kart Superstore Victorian Country Series at Hamilton's Buckley Park Raceway. Just quickly between races, I checked out the live stream. What an amazing job Fitz Media are doing for the live stream here. Brought to you by Southwest Conveyancing and also PCJ Data and Electrical. So hello to anyone following on from home and welcome to Buckley Park Raceway in Hamilton for round 5 of the DPE Kart Superstore Victorian Country Series. We're about to let them loose for the first of the finals. We've had mixed conditions today, but at the moment you'd say it is predominantly dry on the circuit. With anything could happen, though. We could end up very, very greasy in a short amount of time. So KA4 Junior Heavy for Central Vic Karts and Parts and the Bendigo Bank. We line them up with Taylor McKinlay on the pole, Lachlan Sharp on his outside, Laura Fay and Mia Mifsud on the second row. 16 laps on the board. Oh, bit of action early with Sharp and Fay. So they're getting into boxing on through the S's the first time round. So Laura Fay gets the better of that battle. Mia Mifsud's also moved ahead of Sharp. So Sharp very sideways through. So some work to do. But Taylor McKinlay, as he has done all day, has just skipped away to a nice lead on the opening lap. Has a bit of a look around. There's probably a bit of disbelief at the moment for Taylor McKinlay. He's got 2.3 seconds after just the one lap. So McKinlay has cleared out at the moment. Laura Fay sits in second, her best run of the day. And currently Mia Mifsud sits in. Oh, Mia's run a bit wide and allowed Lachlan Sharp through. So Sharp up to position number 3. So the real interest in this one would appear to be whether Lachlan Sharp can get up to the back of Laura Fay and make a race for second position. So Taylor McKinlay now looks like Sharp's grabbed Laura Fay. the stripe. Now he puts a lap on Mia Mifsud. So fastest lap of the race that time by for Mia Mifsud, who's done a 36.820. That's her best lap of the race. But McKinlay, 10.8 seconds to lead. He's got plenty of margin still tucked down. He wants to make the absolute most of this. I know it's always nice here at Hamilton when you're in the lead and you can actually look across the track and see where your competitors are. That's when you can get a bit comfortable. So McKinlay, 34.3 last time past. Sharp 34.5, 36.8 for Faye, 37.0 for Mia Mifsud. So 2 laps remain for Taylor McKinlay in this KA4 Junior final, brought to you by Central Vic Karts and Parts and also the Bendigo Bank. Proudly presented on the live stream courtesy of Fitz Media on behalf of Southwest Conveyancing and PCJ Data and Electrical. Hello, if you're watching on from home, it's the first of our finals and it looks like it could be a first round win here for Taylor McKinlay. The last lap board's out. He's got 700 metres to finish it off. He's been close before, but it's 1 lap to go for Taylor McKinlay. He has got a huge margin at the moment back to Lachlan Sharp, who comes past now. It's 11.1 seconds. So he operated very, very close. He's pushing extremely hard, is Taylor McKinlay. Hopefully he can enjoy this last couple of corners. He's got plenty of margin. He rolls down the hill past the pits. It's been an emphatic drive, and it's going to be Taylor McKinlay who takes his win. So McKinlay wins at KA4 Junior Heavy for Central Vic Karts and Parts and the Bendigo Bank. Second place is going to go to Lachlan Sharp. Third will be for Laura Fay, and Mia Mifsud will be home in position number 4 with thanks to Central Vic Karts and Parts and the Bendigo Bank. So KA3 Senior Medium on the circuit now for their final, brought to you by Karting Australia, LeConte and Max's Tyres. Let's run through the grid for this one. And to start off the pole will be car number 2 of Ethan Briggs. On his outside will be the 42 of Todd Chambers. Chris Thomas and Matthew Neitz occupy row number 2 ahead of Derek Rogers and Remo Luciani. Fraser High and Robbie Termine to start from the 4th ahead of Ben Moritz and Luke Fong. Jack Johnson and Seth Burton to start off the 6th row ahead of Grace Dunmore and Adam Henriksen. Logan Burton and Matthew Keel around at your 16-card field for Karting Australia. LeConte and Maxis Tyres. Couple to watch out for in this one. Who could ever discount Remo Luciani? Of course, undefeated in finals so far this season, but he's got his work cut out in this one. How will it all shake out? In 16 laps, we'll know. So Briggs and Chambers to lead him away. And that's a good start. Bit sideways for Briggs, but it's worked. We've got one across, that's Burton. Oh, and done one of the Dunmores, Fong. So the Canadian Rooster Carts have had a tough start to this final. But I'll tell you what, Briggs has absolutely jumped them. Chris Thomas has made his way past Chambers, but here comes Chambers back. And Matthew Neitz is looking to go with him. Chambers goes very, very deep into the straight corner. But Ethan Briggs has had a breakout season and he currently leads. Chambers sits in second. Thomas, Neitz and Luciani. So Luciani's got it all on the line. He has not lost a final yet this season. We know he's in an older go-kart, but you can never rule him out. So currently it's Briggs leading comfortably from Chambers. Thomas, Luciani, then Neitz. Robbie Termine, I think. Robbie Termine's up a lot of positions, so well done, Robbie. Ben Moritz, Rogers, Johnson, Henriksen, Burton High, then Dunmore, Keeler, Fong and Burton. So fastest lap that time by. No surprise, Ethan Briggs. He's got 1.8 seconds at the head. A big result's been brewing for this young man, and could it be today that's the day? So Chambers and Thomas, line astern, Luciani. And I tell you what, Neitz is tucked in behind too. The next pack is fairly hard fought as well with Moritz, Rogers, Johnson and Henriksen. Termine's just dropped off a little bit off the back there. So I tell you what, Luciani's looking at the back bumper of two of his proteges in Todd Chambers and also Chris Thomas. And he's got Matthew Neitz, who's rattled his cage more than once, tucked up behind. So Neitz now fastest lap of the race at 32.664. Wow, that is a quick time from Matthew Neitz. Oh, Neitz on the outside of Luciani. Luciani, no siree. He's got good lap here, so watch for Neitz to try something at Siberia. Can't get it done. Look for a crisscross on the exit. He's going to get good drive, but not good enough. So Chambers now, those two started fighting behind. All of a sudden, Chambers runs a little bit wide, allows Chris Thomas into position number 2. Luciani's going to take Chambers as well. This is an absolute corker, ladies and gentlemen. And now, so Chambers has been shuffled back to position number 4. Neitz is in there. He's shaking the head. He doesn't know what's going on. Moritz and then Derek Rogers. So Rogers is having a really good run here at his home track too. Henriksen, Johnson, Termine. So plenty going on at the moment, but Derek Rogers now fastest lap of the race with a 32.585. But out front, it's Ethan Briggs who's stretching his legs. He's got 2.6 seconds. So Thomas, massive curb. Look for Luciani to start trying to facilitate a pass with Thomas. He's certainly got pace advantage on Chambers. So now Luciani, fastest lap of the race at 32.513. So Remo coming on strong. He's going to have his work cut out to run down Ethan Briggs in this one. But he's making every post a winner as he comes up with Chris Thomas. So Luciani now into position number 2. Thomas is into 3rd. Chambers and then Neitz. There's a line astern, but out front it's Ethan Briggs. Now Luciani emerges. Oh, Chambers on the inside of Thomas. Not a lot of room given there. Neitz now has a look at Thomas. They go up into Siberia. They're all going all over the track, crisscross and weaving around. Slowing each other down is probably what I'm trying to say. But out front, Ethan Briggs and now Luciani. Look at him put the afterburners on in the 20. But Briggs has got 2.9 seconds, as that's not going to be easy to account for. So Briggs up into turn one. We'll see what the margin is this time. 2.6, fastest lap of the race for Luciani. Took 0.3 of a second out of him with 8 laps remaining. So we've just hit the halfway point here in KA3 Medium final. Briggs continues to lead. Luciani gives chase. Chambers is now clear in P3. Look at the battle behind, whereas now Neitz has a look at Thomas. Gets a little nose cone up, not far enough. But Briggs goes past the line that time. The margin 2.4 seconds. So he's taken another 0.2 out as Luciani, but Chambers fastest lap of the race. So Chambers has also got some pace to burn. So there's going to be 6 laps to go on the board for Ethan Briggs. Luciani, the master, is giving chase. There's no position like track position at the moment. Ethan Briggs has got it. Luciani sits in second. The margin now down to 2.1 seconds with another fastest lap, 0.3 faster that time by. So Briggs did his fastest lap of the race, but it was still 0.3 off Luciani. So Briggs has just got to keep his head in the job here. Board is going to say 5 laps to go. The meatball flag coming out for, I believe it's Logan Burton. So Briggs comes past once again. Luciani, another 0.3 out that time by. So the margin's down to 1.8 seconds. It's going to be absolutely hard to tell whether it's going to be a finish line, a grandstand finish here. But I'd like to think Briggs has got enough in hand at the moment. But you'd never discount Remo Luciani. He told me he was in an older kart this weekend. But I tell you what, there's no substitute for experience either. And he's using absolutely every little bit of it as he chases down Ethan Briggs, one of the absolute young guns of the series at the moment. So he takes another 0.3 out of him, down to 1.5 seconds. We're going to have 4 laps to go next time by. So you can see that gap diminishing. Ethan Briggs, he's got to keep his head down. He's probably never had a more experienced man chasing him, but he's got to do the business here, Ethan Briggs. 3 laps to go. The margin now 1.1 seconds as he takes 0.3 out again, Luciani. 1.1 seconds the gap. It's going to take one big final surge here from Briggs to hold him off. Otherwise, he's going to have him for company on the last lap. Briggs gets down over the steering wheel. It's going to be 2 laps remaining. He's got enough margin at the moment, but he's going to have no margin for error. So Briggs, can he do it? 2 laps remaining to hold off the master. He's undefeated all year in this series. It's Remo Luciani. And now Ethan Briggs has got the biggest chance of anyone to end that run. So Briggs, he's got just under 0.8 of a second. Last time by, he pulled another 0.4 out. So Luciani, they're about to get the last lap board. Briggs has got to get on with it or he's going to have this bloke for company. Here they come to start the last one, 700 metres. Luciani's going to be in striking distance by the time we get to Siberia. So Briggs has a look around. He's got to finish it off here. This has been an epic chase from Remo Luciani, and he's got right onto the back of Briggs. They come onto the main straight. Oh, he's opened the door a little bit. Luciani's gone through. So Luciani on the last lap, you can never discount this guy, and he's going to steal it from him. So Remo Luciani, we tip our hat to you and to Ethan Briggs. How unlucky can you get? He gets run down by the master on the last lap. But Luciani continues an absolutely stellar run. What a race that one was. Luciani wins from Briggs, Chambers, Neitz, Moritz, Rogers, Thomas, Henriksen High, Jack Johnson rounds out your 10, Luke Fong and Matty Keeler. And then Grace Dunmore, the last of your finishes. Wow, what an epic that one was for Karting Australia, LeConte and Max's Tyres. Ewan Anderson, and alongside his adversary from Horsham, it's Riley Harrison. Riley G and Dominic Mercury to start from the second row, ahead of Lewis Kashina and Blake Purvis. Anash Manu and Michael Lampasi to start from the fourth. Caden Humphrey and Oscar Corliss to start from row number 5. Levi Ross and Xavier Mifsud to start from row number 6, ahead of Alfie Carter. And unfortunately, Cooper Leighton Aiken will not take part in this final. So that is your 13 kart field for MJ Pressure Works and Techno Kart Victoria. Starters hands Anderson and Harrison to lead him to the flag. And we're away. Anderson away through into the lead. Harrison right in his back pocket though. Couple of karters getting through fairly slowly through the S's, but they're all going again and now. So Harrison's taken over the lead. And I'll tell you what, here comes Dominic Mercury on the inside of Ewan Anderson. Riley G's done an excellent job this weekend. He sits in P4. Blake Purvis, he is in position number 5 as the rain starts to spit down again. Oh, Michael Lampasi, he has been turned around or lost it into the S's. He is parked and he'll be out of this one. So tough luck there for the South Australian. So Harrison under fire now from Mercury. So the great equaliser in motorsport, bit of water, could be the determining factor in this one. But look at Mercury. He is absolutely pressuring the back of the Riley Harrison kart. So Harrison and Mercury with Ewan Anderson sitting in third. Blake Purvis sits in position number 4. What a recovery it's been for Blake Purvis. And then Riley G is the next one through. Well, Caden Humphrey makes a move at the end of the straight there on Kachina. Corliss the next one through, Manu. Then you've got Mifsud. Alfie Carter and Levi Ross. So Lampasi is out of business. He's parked up at the S's. So the front pack resuming their battle. Ewan Anderson's moved back up to position number 2. And I tell you what, Mercury's hit the lead. That's what's happened. The rain starts to fall again. Watch the end of the straight here as they come in. They got warm tyres at least, but it's getting very, very congested now that we're raining on slick tyres. I saw a video from Dave Serra's kart class, and I know Riley Harrison will have a lot of experience on slick tyres in the rain. Oh, Mercury slides wide. It's about to get real interesting. Caden Humphrey goes round. We've lost another one over the back there, so which is Alfie Carter. So Carter's parked up on the exit of the S's. It's about to get really, really interesting as we've got a wet track on slick tyres. I'll never forget many years ago in the late 90s. I think it was a midget race in those days, which was Cadet 9 now. And it started to hail as they come down the main straight. Well, all the karts in the field end up piled up at the gravel at the end of turn 1, or the main straight. So it's Harrison who leads from Anderson. So Anderson's doing a good job here. Mercury's dropped back to third. Riley G showing some amazing kart craft for a P-plater. So he's doing a great job in P4. Purvis is in 5th. So now Anderson's taken over the lead there from Harrison. They're going to come side by side onto the straight. And they go down into the end of the main straight, the canteen corner. Harrison slips by, but this is a good battle, as we've expected from these two. They generally race really well together, hard, fast and respectful, and that's what you want to see in karting, right from the bottom up. Oh, we got it two locked together. That's Mifsud and also Caden Humphrey. So they resume their battle. Meanwhile, Anderson has assumed the lead. I think that's McCurry who's made his way back up into position number 2. So Riley Harrison is back to 3rd. So this is an eventful race. Now Purvis starting to have a look at Riley G. That's a massive run for Purvis. Can he pull it up? Manages to do so. Ewan Anderson leads from McCurry. Harrison sits in P3. So Anderson, McCurry, Harrison. And then Purvis. So Purvis is coming up to fire off his shot at Harrison. Purvis to the inside into Siberia. They've both come wide and off the track. And Riley G had a little spin as well. Purvis is still trying to get back on the track. So that's caused major chaos now as the rain really comes down. So the result, throw the numbers up in the air and we'll tell you what we get. But it's Ewan Anderson who continues to lead from McCurry. Harrison sits in P3. Here comes Lewis Kachina. Who would have thought he'd arrive in the wet conditions? He is a master. So Anderson leads at the halfway point. McCurry sits in 2nd. Riley Harrison, Kachina, Corliss, and Purvis, G, and Ash Manu. So this getting really, the card. I think it's Caden Humphrey who's Siberia in that driving rain. So Ewan Anderson is still your leader. McCurry sits in P2. Harrison's in P3 ahead of Kachina. Purvis now under pressure from Corliss. Corliss goes inside, goes outside. We'll see what comes of that. Purvis tries to turn the cutting. Corliss is wide. He's off the circuit. He's going to have to take the shortcut down there. Should be plenty of wheel tracks for him to run in anyway. So comes back ahead of Riley G. So Ewan Anderson continues to lead. He's going to see 6 laps to go next time by as the rain just continues to get heavier and heavier. So Anderson is your leader, the winner from Horsham. So he comes down the hill. Ewan Anderson to round the last corner. He's going to have 6 laps remaining. Second is currently Dominic McCurry. Third place belongs to Riley Harrison, Lewis Kachina, Blake Purvis, Riley G, Corliss, and then Manu, Levi Ross, Mifsud. So they're all doing a good job out there given these conditions. But it's Ewan Anderson who's got a 4.9 second lead. So Anderson comes past once again. Lapboard says 5 laps remaining. Dominic McCurry sits in 2nd. He's driven well. So's Riley Harrison, Kachina and Purvis. So Purvis continues to rebound in this race. So the fastest on that lap was actually Purvis with a 50.110. So Purvis has got speed to burn. So Anderson's going to see 4 laps remaining this time. So the youngster from Portland really starting to put it together in Cadet 12. McCurry sits in 2nd. Harrison, look at Kachina. Here he comes. We've seen him in these sort of conditions before. He's an absolute jet. And now he's got a challenge from Purvis, who Purvis has also got speed. So they're going to challenge Riley Harrison for that final spot on the podium. And the way the conditions are, you'd be very, very brave to predict how this is all going to play out. They come down into Siberia. Kachina's on the inside. On the very outside is Riley Harrison. He gets blocked a little bit, but he's going to go around. And we've had two spins. Purvis and Kachina have both gone around at Skyline. So they come back onto the track. So that all of a sudden the pressure is definitely off on Riley Harrison. 3 laps remaining for Ewan Anderson as he exits the final corner. 3 more circulations, gives the visor a bit of a wipe. Mercury in second, Harrison in position number 3. Riley G, who's been super impressive, is in P4. Oscar Corliss has rebounded, he's in position number 5. Purvis, Manu and Kachina. Here goes Kachina on Manu and makes that move stick as the rain starts to come down again. It just is relentless. And so we've got Cadet 12 out on the circuit at the moment. And Ewan Anderson continues to lead. He's doing everything he needs to do. Mercury second, Harrison, and then Riley G. So Anderson, with 2 laps remaining, has done everything he needs to do in this Cadet 12 final for MJ Pressure Works and Techno Kart Victoria. Of course, a brand new Techno chassis to be given away at the end of this series to the drivers who've done, or it's one chassis to be won between all the drivers who have done all 6 rounds. So Anderson comes on to the main straight. The board's about to be flipped over to say the last lap. So Ewan Anderson has got to negotiate just one more circulation of Buckley Park Raceway here. 700 metres. As he squares it up to drive off the last turn, he's got 1 lap remaining. So Anderson looking to do back-to-back round wins here. Mercury second, Harrison sits in P3. Riley G in position at number 4. Corliss in 5th. And then Kachina, Manu and Purvis, who has had to keep on coming back time and time again, Blake Purvis. So Anderson, he had a 3.8 second lead last time. He comes onto the main straight. He's got time. He's just got to finish it off. Xavier Mifsud's had a spin there with Levi Ross. So Anderson comes to the end of the straight, down in front of the pits. Slow it down, says Dad. Calm it down. Blowing me kisses now. But it's Ewan Anderson who takes the win. A fantastic drive there from Ewan. Second goes to Dominic Mercury. Riley Harrison happy with 3rd place. Riley G in P4. Corliss finishes in position number 5. Ahead of Kachina, Manu, Purvis, Ross and Mifsud. Ewan Anderson, your winner there. For MJ Pressure Works, Techno Kart Victoria, that was Cadet 12. KA3 Junior on track now for their final, brought to you by PCJ Data and Electrical. The grid for this one, Leo Inella to start off the pole alongside Thomas Patching, Jacob Chandler and Lachlan Cutting. Jay Murray and Will Smith to start off the third row. Darcy Heine to start from position at number 7. Now, it wouldn't be Hamilton if you hadn't got wet and sunburnt, so we've delivered as we do every year. So Ian Ella trying to put this one in the books to go with another round win here. So Ian Ella has taken 3 of the 4 rounds we've hosted so far. The only other winner, Jacob Chandler, who lines up right behind him on the grid. So Chandler and Ian Ella, the front 2 karts on the inside of the grid. Ian Ella and Patching to lead them away. We're away. Oh, Patching's gone very deep and lost a heap of positions. Throw the form guide out the window. It means nothing from now on. So Ian Ella leads from Chandler. So the only 2 round winners are currently 1 and 2 on the racetrack. Darcy Heine, I think, that's moved forward in this one. He's up. Oh, Murray up the inside now. There's plenty going on. So Murray on Heine it was. Behind them it's Smith, Patching. So Patching is still back in position at number 6 after starting on the front row. But Ian Ella has skipped away here, 1.3 second lead after 1 lap. So that's been a feature today. If the leader gets through the opening corners, he pulls a big margin. But Chandler, as we've seen before, is relentless. He'll give chase right through. Oh, now Patching. Looks like he's made the move on the inside of Smith there, but Smith comes back. So it is 100% wet out there now. Oh, a little bit of gamesmanship between Heine and also Jay Murray. Patching gets balked there a little bit by Smith. Currently rounding out the field is Lachlan Cutting. Down the hill comes Ian Ella. Chandler sits in P2. So Ian Ella doing as he pleases at the moment. Fastest lap of the race with a 37.488. Oh, Murray. That was almost a big moment there with Will Smith. So Murray, amazing car control to pull that one up. I thought he was gone for all money into turn 1. So it's Ian Ella, Chandler. It's actually Darcy Heine, believe it or not, who didn't start the second heat, who is now in position number 3. So the Lando Norris karts are in second and third. But it's Ian Ella leading. Through comes Chandler, Heine. Then Smith, Patching, Murray and Cutting. So interestingly, just Murray was the only one who didn't do their fastest lap of the race that time by. So Murray, his lap time, he must have had a bit of interference because he was 4/10 off. It'll be that turn 1 incident. You don't understand 4/10 of a second. It all happened so very quickly. As the rain continues to pour down here at Buckley Park Raceway. Leo Ian Ella, your leader. 11 laps remaining. Chandler. And then Heine, Smith, Patching, Murray and Cutting. So just the 7 karts in this final. All improving except for Ian Ella. So Ian Ella didn't improve that lap, but still, even that lap was 3/10 faster, or actually 2/10 faster than anyone else. bettering his own times, but definitely. So the margin was 3.2 seconds. You just feel like it is growing lap after lap for Leo Iannella. 3.6 seconds the margin. Heine's a bit of a man on a mission, a 37.2 from him. There's a rain you wouldn't think, but can actually get heavier than this. Iannella still your leader. Second place, Chandler. New fastest lap for Iannella. So Murray's dropped back to the rear of the field now. So Cutting has moved up to position at number 6. So top 5 all improved on their best that time by. And I tell you what, Jacob Chandler was right in the lap time mix there with Iannella. Well, he hasn't got track position. He's got a lot to make up, but he's actually starting to match Iannella as this race goes on. So Iannella comes by, as does Chandler. Heine currently in a podium position here. Smith, and then Patching, Cutting, and Murray. So 7 laps to go after this one. As Iannella, 4.1 seconds, continues to press on. Here he comes, Iannella. Chandler, 4.1 seconds. So actually, Chandler was just past to that last lap. But the fastest kart on the track last time past the stripe was Will Smith. So the kart in 4th is actually fastest. He's got 1.7 seconds to make up to Darcy Heine. But one thing he has got is plenty of laps. Iannella goes by once again. 37.086, so a good response there. 37.5 for Chandler. 37.0, and Thomas Patching now with the fastest lap of the race. A first sub 37 second lap for Thomas Patching, who currently sits in position number 5. Heine and also Cutting did their best laps of the race that time by. So everyone's settling into the conditions. So full credit to these guys. We have not got, and I'm not going to try and curse them, but they're all still going at the moment. Iannella, 100% on fire in the lead. 4.7 seconds the margin. Heine sits P3. Will Smith, then Thomas Patching. Lachlan Cutting owns the fastest lap of the race now. So it's almost been every driver in the field at some point has owned the fastest lap of the race, but a 36.902 for Lachlan Cutting is now the quick time. Oh, I've missed something here, Iannella. He's gone off Iannella. So all of a sudden, he's allowed Chandler into the lead. I missed what happened there. I apologise. But Iannella's gone off the circuit. Chandler and Heine are now fighting for a win. Smith is in a podium position. So this is how it works. It just turns things on its head. And Chandler looking to add to his win at Portland when he absolutely was just undeniable at Portland. So now he's a leader. The 2 Lando Norris karts are at the head of the order with 3 laps remaining. So Heine didn't start race 2, but all of a sudden he's got a sniff of a win. And he's going to work hard at it. Smith, he's going to have to sustain a battle or a bit of pressure here from Leo Iannella, because Iannella is going to come for him. There's no doubt about that. And I tell you, I reckon he'll have a bit of a bee in his bonnet, Iannella, too, because he all but had this one sewn up. And he handed it on to the Lando Norris karts. There's a battle between 2. Oh, here comes Heine. Has he got a run as they come down to the end of the straight? He goes to the inside. Heine to the lead. So Darcy Heine, a former KA4 Light winner, has now taken over the lead in KA3 Junior. So an interesting turn of events has put Heine in the lead with 2 laps remaining. Can Ianella do anything about him? About Smith for the final spot on the podium. At the moment, Smith's he's got plenty of speed on board. He's matching the times of Ianella. So it's going to make it hard for Leo to get something done here. After all his success and his brilliant driving, he might not be on the podium. So Heine goes through. Last lap. Chandler. So Heine's pulled a gap. Wowee, this has absolutely turned itself on its head. So Ianella, I don't know that he's going to get Smith here. Smith could be on for a podium. This has been a great run from William Smith as Heine comes to the end of the straight. He's got one more corner to negotiate. This has been a mega drive. He didn't start the second heat. But your KA3 Junior winner, ladies and gentlemen, is Darcy Heine. Jacob Chandler home in second. Will Smith for third. Ianella home fourth. Patching and then cutting with Jay Murray to round out your field in seventh. What a race that was for PCJ Data and Electrical. Hope you liked that one on the live stream at home. Of course, Southwest Conveyancing, PCJ Data and Electrical, proudly bringing you the live stream here from Buckley Park Raceway in Hamilton. KA3 Senior Light on the track now for their final, brought to you by Tony Kart Australia and Barron Engine Developments. Joel McPherson and Corey Herbertson to lead them away. Nicky Watson and Josh Ellison on the second row. San Lucia and Parker, Hall and Bray, Telesky and Malcolm rounds out your 10. George and Kachina, Douglas, Cadet, Pizzuti, Burkhartz and Malcolm. Carrigan, Fuhn, Soteropoulos and Lackas with Bottrell to round it out. And we're off. Oh no, Ethan Bray has gone nowhere. So it is wet out there. Look at the spray. So Bray now gets going. But he's a long way back. So the current leader is, I think it's McPherson. Nicky Watson has moved up the order. Here comes Herbertson on the inside there of, I think it's Santa Lucia. Oh, Parker, straight down through the grass. It's a pretty wild re-entry there. Looked like there was a big puddle. But it's McPherson who leads. McPherson from Watson, Herbertson, Santa Lucia, Elliston, Hall, Telesky, George, Malcolm, Parker, Caddick, Pizzuti, Douglas, Burkhartz, Kachina, Carrick, Soteropoulos, Fuhns, Bottrell, Lackas and Bray. No Daniel Malcolm out there at this point in time, but it is Joel McPherson from Nicky Watson, and here comes Corey Herbertson. So Herbo doing some work at the moment. Then San Lucia, Elliston and Hall, Telesky, George, Parker. Jordan Malcolm's moved up a few spots here. So watch for Malcolm trying the crisscross on Brockland Parker down into Siberia. So we're starting to get a little bit of standing water around the track now. You can see them when they hit it. So McPherson, down the hill he comes. Second place belongs to Nicky Watson, and here comes Herbertson. Gets up the inside there and closes the deal on Nicky Watson. Next car through Santa Lucia, Angus Hall. So some very good battles going on right through the field here. But out front it's McPherson who leads. Herbertson not well clear yet of Nicky Watson. Santa Lucia and Hall. Elliston. So lots of water as they come down the hill there. Telesky driving well. Parker now has got by George. Next cart through there is Caddick Pizzuti. Jordan Malcolm. And then Jason Douglas. Thomas Carrick, Soteropoulos. He'd have to be related to the great Sot Andrew. Ethan Bray, Mika Bottrell, Brock Fuhns, Josh Lackas is your field at the moment. But out front, McPherson doing everything right at the moment. No issues whatsoever. Herbertson sits P2. These two have shared every round win so far this season in KA3 Senior Light. Of course, brought to you by Tony Kart Australia, Barron Engine Developments, brought to you on your screen and TV by Southwest Conveyancing, and also PCJ Data and Electrical, courtesy of Fitz Media Productions. So McPherson, it's been absolutely stellar to start this final. Says 11 laps to go. So 10 laps to go now as he crosses the line. So I must say the drivers have given a very good account of themselves so far. Most of them still on the island, which these conditions don't always end that way. But as the pressure comes on late in the race, we'll see what happens. But McPherson, look at you can just visually see how fast he's going at the moment. McPherson, Herbertson sits P2, Watson. Oh, Elliston trying to make a big move on the back of Hall. And I tell you what, the other guy that's making some big inroads is Bray. Brocklin Parker. So McPherson comes past once again. Herbertson, the margin was 2.6 seconds. Watson, so fastest lap of the race there for McPherson, so he certainly has not given up by any means on extending this lead, which is out to 2.6 seconds. Cadet Pizzutis grabbed Riley George there on that last circulation as well. So George just sitting inside the top 10. So 2.9 seconds the margin between McPherson and Herbertson. Nicky Watson sits in position at number 3 ahead of Angus Hall. So Hall has got by Allister now, who's going to come under pressure from Santa Lucia and Brocklin Parker. So Parker is on a mission here in this one. So Parker's actually gone past Santa Lucia now. So the guy with a bit of momentum at the moment appears to be Brocklin Parker. So 6 laps remaining, KA3 Senior Light, brought to you by Tony Kart Australia and Barron Engine Developments. So it's a 20 kart field and most of them are still going. Elliston, though, would appear to be out of this one as he drops down the charts. So now McPherson goes through once again. He's just put a lap on Brock Fewens. So Elliston's actually dropped back to position number 14. Still circulating, but well down the order now. Heartbreak for a driver who's run so well, driving around the visor up. So I don't know if it's a visibility issue, but he won't want to do that for too long with that visor up, I wouldn't have thought, in these conditions. So McPherson's going to see 4 laps to go. He's more than comfortable in the lead at the moment. Herbertson in second, then Watson, Hall, Parker, Santa Lucia, then Telescovy, Cadet Pizzuti, George, Burkhartz is in the 10. Ethan Bray's driven particularly well in this, given that he has almost failed to start, so he's driven well to come through the field to position number 11, just outside the 10. As McPherson has almost done as he pleased in this one. 3 laps remain. Next one through, Herbertson. Nicky Watson. Lacus moves over to let Hall through. Parker's the next one. Santa Lucia. Telescovy, Cadet Pizzuti, George, Bray, Burkhartz, Kachina, Elliston, Malcolm. Jason Douglas, Carrick, Soteropoulos, Bottrell, Fewens and Lacus, your current field. With just 2 laps remaining now for Joel McPherson. This would be his 3rd round win of the season. He won the 1st, he won the 3rd, and he won the 5th. Surely Herbertson couldn't win the 6th because it meant they'd alternated at each round. But at the moment, McPherson in an absolute league of his own. So down to the end of the straight, he comes McPherson. The last lap board is going to greet him in one of the most dominant performances of the day, McPherson. The last lap board is out for Joel McPherson. Herbertson through in second position. Watson and Hall. There's a battle on here for the final spot on the podium. Parker comes through. Next one, San Lucia, Telescovi, Cadet Pizzuti. Oh, I tell you what, Angus Hall's passed Nicky Watson on the exit of Siberia. So Hall now sits in a podium position. McPherson comes to the end of the straight. It takes the win in KA3 Senior Light. Herbertson home in second. Third place goes to Angus Hall, Watson and then Parker for a top 5. San Lucia, Telescovi, Cadet Pizzuti, George and Bray rounded out the top 10. That one brought to you by Tony Kart Australia and Barron Engine Developments. We will be back shortly with Victorian Combined Masters. So Victorian Combined Masters on circuit for their final, brought to you by Pro Karting. Just a reminder, if you have someone who you think's gone above and beyond in the way of sportsmanship, you can nominate them for the Pro Karting Sportsmanship Award. The nominations are available to be done in the canteen. Before that, let's run you through the grid on this one. To start on the front row, it's Ash Mitchell and Matty Crane. Daniel Reithus and John Page are going to start on the second row, ahead of Greg Auden and Leon Forrest. Peter Gigas and Ronnie Taylor to start from the fourth. Stubbs and Jackson on the fifth. with Wilson and Petbridge to start on row number 6. Watch out for Petbridge in this one. He is a 2-time round winner, as is Ash Mitchell's a single-time round winner at the opening round at Cobden. He'll start from pole position, but Petbridge from the rear should be entertaining. So the old fellas are in the starter's orders, and we're away. Oh, a bit of push and shove through the early corners. And straight away, Mitchell and Reithus are away. Crane, well, Page goes to the inside of Crane there, so John Page is into a podium position. Ash Mitchell away beautifully. So look for some movers and shakers in this one. Petbridge up 2 spots already. Taylor on Stubbs. But it's Mitchell who leads from Page. Oh, and here comes Forrest on the inside of Crane. Crane just doesn't quite seem to have the grip just yet. Oh, Stubbs has gone around. He's going to struggle to get going again there. Wheels are spinning, nothing happening. So it's been a bad day for the 55. So Mitchell, he's your leader. Second is Daniel Reithus, then it's John Page, Forrest, Gigas, and then Crane. So Crane's kart has not really got the grip just yet in this one. Might be playing the long game, but he won't want to get too far behind. Ord's then through, then it's Taylor, Petbridge. So there's some wily competitors in this field. So Mitchell continues to lead from Reithus and Page, Forrest, Gigas, Crane, Ord. Taylor tries to pull out on Ord, but it didn't work, and now Petbridge is going to steal that position. So Petbridge goes past. Then you've got Jackson and Wilson to round out your field in this one. So fastest lap again for Ash Mitchell that time by. He's got 1.4 seconds on Daniel Reithus. John Page is coming up to challenge Reithus. Forrest, Gigas and Crane. So the action slowed down just a little bit after the opening stanza in this one. Mitchell still be a comfortable leader from Reithus. Page has got the visor up now, so a few visibility issues coming into it in this one. Forrest sits in P4. If he gets a sniff, watch out for Leon Forrest. Gigas the next one through, Crane and Petbridge. Crane kart looks very, very loose through the S's that time through. So watch for Petbridge, goes to the inside now and makes that manoeuvre. So Ash Mitchell continues to lead this one. Reithus sits in position number 2. Then Page, Forrest, Gigas, Petbridge, Crane, Taylor, Ord and Jackson. Wilson currently rounding out. The 11 runners still going. So Stubbs parked up at the S's here. But out front it's Ash Mitchell, who has done nothing wrong in this one. 2.4 second lead. He was put another half a second into Daniel Reithus that last lap. Page, he sits in P3. It's an intriguing battle just behind with Forrest, Gigas, and also now who's a Petbridge, so some firebrands in there. So watch for Gigas. He's sizing up Forrest. Oh, Gigas is off. Forrest off. I think Gigas spins. So Gigas has turned around there. So Gigas has dropped down the order there. And Pestbridge has moved clear now of Forrest. So watch for Forrest as we make the halfway point. I mean, Pestbridge, he could actually really charge up and make some headaches for John Page in this one. Forrest sits behind and then Crane. So Matt Crane's just done his fastest lap of the race, a 38.161. So he had a second on Forrest, matched the time of Pestbridge. Was actually probably the fastest, or no, actually it was Pestbridge was the fastest car on the track. So watch for Pestbridge to zero in on the back of Johnny Page as we've just gone past half distance. So there's plenty of time left to try and make it work. Fastest lap again for Pestbridge at 37.505 if you don't mind. Just taken 7/10 out of Johnny Page and was 7/10 faster than the leaders. So Pestbridge is on an absolute tear at the moment. As we expected, he's a two-time defending round winner. And he's starting to let it all hang out. So Ash Mitchell, he is very comfortable at the moment. The real interest for me at the moment is this impending battle we're going to have between Pestbridge and also Page. Forrest and Crane's another one that's heated up. As all of a sudden the Crane car would appear to have gained a little bit more pace than what it had early on. So Mitchell, once again, he puts lap number 11 in the books. It's Pestbridge. There's a podium on the line. There's a trophy that goes with this battle. So who's going to take it out? Will it be Page or Pestbridge? And now Taylor's starting to catch up to the back of Crane and Forrest. But out front, Ash Mitchell has done absolutely nothing wrong in this one. Going to see 4 laps to go when he comes around. Him himself will be a two-time round winner this season, joining his Cobden win earlier. That's pending he finishes it all off. Daniel Reithers could be on the podium for a second time this season. Page is doing enough, but I tell you what, he's drifted a bit wide. He's opened the door for Pestbridge. I tell you what, the door's only just ajar, but it won't need much more than that. As they come out of Siberia, Pestbridge got a bit loose in there. So Pestbridge has dropped a little bit of ground on Johnny Page, but that's where he was close. 3 laps to go for Ash Mitchell as he rounds and starts his next lap. Reithers sits in second. Oh, now he's got him, Pestbridge, so Johnny Page is back to 4th. Forrest and Crane. Oh, Crane's got a chance here now. Gets up the inside of Forrest, gets it done. Just when I thought he was just going to sit on him, he's actually made the move there. So well done to Matty Crane. Moves up to position at number 5. Look at Pestbridge coming though for Reithers, ladies and gentlemen. There's 2 laps remaining and the Pestbridge Kart is an absolute missile. So just when we thought the top 2 were pretty well set, a 37.4 if you don't mind. He's just taken a second out of both the leaders. He's absolutely bulleting at the moment is Pestbridge. So Pestbridge right up on the back of Daniel Reithers for second. So Ash Mitchell, he's got just over 700 metres left as he rounds the final corner to start his last lap to add a second round win for 2022. Mitchell in the energy kart. Here comes Reithers and Pestbridge. So who will come out on top of that one? Nice positioning from Pethbridge. Reethus has a look over the shoulder. He goes wide. Look for the crisscross on the exit here. Pethbridge has got the better run. He's going to get it done here. So Pethbridge, a nice manoeuvre. So it starts raining again as they come to the end of the straight. Ash Mitchell down the hill into the last turn. He's going to be a two-time round winner, Ash Mitchell, as he guns it out of the last corner. Masters winner, Ash Mitchell. Second place, Anthony Pethbridge, Daniel Reethus. Of course, Masters brought to you by Pro Karting this weekend. Johnny Page is home in fourth. The top five for Matt Crane, Leon Forrest, Ronnie Taylor, Peter Gigas, Greg Ord, Andrew Jackson will round out the 10 ahead of Hugh Wilson. That was Masters for Pro Karting. Tag Restricted Heavy on track now for their final, brought to you by AHR Media and Darren Sportography. Of course, if you need a photo package of the weekend's action, contact Darren Isaac at Darren Sportography. And we're away. So through the first series of turns, up into Siberia, it's Angwin that's away nicely. Booth sits in second. Matheson's in third with Petch for company. So Angwin leads from Booth. So Angwin hasn't hit the front all weekend. He's going to have to fight off Booth, though, who's been ultra impressive. Matheson and Petch to go at it for the final spot on the podium, and Kevin Hitchcock, he'll be looking for a piece of the action too. Calvert and Kilcullen having their own little battle for position number 6. So Booth absolutely going hard after Mick Angwin at the moment. He had a 3/10 of a second lead, did Angwin at the start. But the four-man all weekend's been Kyle Booth, so this would be a real upset for the apple cart if Angwin's jumped him at the start and holds on. Matheson in P3, Petch, and then Hitchcock. So it was actually out to just under half a second. So Angwin did the fastest lap of the race on the second lap there. So Booth trying to make some moves. Hitchcock also trying to get up to the back there of Bailey Petch. Angwin past the stripe. So fastest lap again then for Mick Angwin, just under 0.6 of a second to Kyle Booth. So all of a sudden, Booth had looked untouchable all weekend. Looks to have his hands really full here with Mick Angwin. So the margin comes back a little as Booth matches Angwin with a 38.8 as opposed to a 38.9. So not much in it, but that margin's under 0.6 of a second again. So look for Booth to warm to the challenge here. So they come onto the straight for the 5th time. So, of course, Mick Angwin undefeated so far in the rounds this year so far. Fastest lap for Mick Angwin, a 38.7. So Matheson being shadowed there by Bailey Petch too for the final spot on the podium. So Angwin 6.5 tenths the margin. Although Booth looks like he might have made up just a little bit of ground that time up the hill through Skyline. He's going to have to press on. Check the margin once again. And a new fastest lap again for Angwin. So just when it looked like Booth was making up ground, Angwin responds. Puts another tenth into him, so it's just under 0.8 of a second. So Calvert's shaken off Kilcullen as well. But I tell you what, Matheson and Petch is still an intriguing battle. Petch looks very, very settled in kart number 5. So Angwin and Booth, as we saw them, 38.666 for Booth, but the new fastest lap of the race at 38.616 for Angwin. So 0.8 of a second the margin. So when Kyle Booth does his fastest lap of the race, Angwin responds. There's going to be 8 laps to go, so we've reached the halfway mark of this final in restricted heavy for AHR Media and Darren Sportography. Oh, Angwin spun. Wow, he's thrown the lead away there. So Booth now, just as we were saying about trying to catch him, well now he's got a handy margin and Hitchcock's around too. There must be some bananas up on the end of the main straight there. They've looped it. So now Calvert gets through okay, but that was 2 spinners in very quick succession. So now Kyle Booth is your comfortable leader by 2.2 seconds. What can Angwin do to try and regain that? He's only lost to 1 position. He's very, very lucky in that regard. But Matheson, he has got Bailey Petch for absolute company. He is locked on tighter than the rear bar on the 70. So Booth, as the rain continues to come down here, is in front. Although Angwin took 2/10 out of him that time, he's going to have to take more because he's going to run out of laps. So Booth, last time passed at 38.8, Angwin at 38.6, 39.3, 39.3 for Matheson and also Petch. So Kyle Booth, he's won each of the events. He stuck it on pole yesterday, and now he leads with 6 laps remaining. Second place is Mick Angwin. Matheson sits in position at number 3. Petch has just dropped a little bit off the back of Matheson, so Matheson has shrugged him off just a fraction as this race has gone on. Of course, Matheson was on the podium at both Cobden and the Wimmera. Kyle Booth, he had 1.8 seconds last time past as he comes down to the final corner. 5 laps remain between Kyle Booth and a round win here at Hamilton. Oh, half a second Angwin took out of him that time by. Fastest lap of the race for Matheson, as now he looks to definitely have Petch's measure. But I'll tell you what, Petch has come right back onto him. So there's been a small mistake there for Matheson, which has opened the door for Petch. And we saw Petch in one of those earlier events. He's not afraid to throw it round to try and get himself on the podium. Oh, Booth, things are tightening up for the lead here in restricted heavy. So Booth out of the last turn. 4 laps remaining. Angwin is absolutely hunting him. A new fastest lap of the race for Angwin. He took 0.7 of a second out of him that time by to now be only that margin behind. So the rain team's down here. So Booth continues to lead. There's going to be 3 laps remaining. It's one thing to catch, but it's another thing to pass, as Murray Walker would have said. But Booth, can he stabilise this margin that time by? 38.0, so 39.0, so another 2/10 out for Angwin. So not the wholesale gain that he made before. But Booth is an experienced competitor. Oh, he's run a bit wide there. He almost left the door open for Angwin. They're going to fight this out. They're going to have 2 more laps by the time they come round to face the starter. Angwin pulls up right in behind him. So we thought Angwin might have thrown it away when he spun at the end of the straight, but he's come all the way back up to the back of Booth. What can Booth do to hold on? 2 laps to run for car number 21. He's got Angwin for company. Angwin wants to do the perfect set. He's won the first 4 rounds. Oh, sideways for Booth. Angwin goes to the outside. They go down into Siberia side by side. Look for the crisscross. Oh, he's got up beside him, but is it going to be enough? They're going to go side by side. No, nothing doing there. Angwin tries on the outside of the corner coming onto the straight. Does he get a good enough run? They're going to face the last lap board. Oh, he's going to spin here. Kyle Booth, in the same vein that Angwin took the lead, or grabbed the lead earlier. Booth is out, so Angwin to the lead. And all of a sudden it's Matheson and Petch, and all of a sudden Petch is on for a podium. So Kyle Booth, he has done everything right all weekend. He spun from the lead, and he looks absolutely devastated over there. But Mick Angwin, he's about to put his 5th consecutive round win in the book. He's had a spin. He almost gave it away. That was at the point that he gave Booth the lead. So the checkered flag is aloft for Mick Angwin, who wins his 5th consecutive round for AHR Media and Darren Sportography. Matheson home in 2nd, Petch in 3rd. So a first VCS podium for the Spud Train, Bailey Petch. Kevin Hitchcock to come home in position at number 4. With Andrew Calvert currently holding off Jace Kilcullen. So come down the hill, you can't pencil it in yet. But Calvert drives it off the last turn for position number 5. Kilcullen home in 6th. That was tag restricted heavy for AHR Media and Darren Sportography. Got a bit of overlap that time on Armit. Can't quite get the position done. But he's trying everything, is Bo Chambers. Which that little manoeuvre might have actually just bought a little bit of time for Polkinghorne. So Armit, can he get back up to the back of him once again? So here he comes, Armit, right back up to Polkinghorne again. Where's his manoeuvre going to come? You feel like turn 1's his best chance at the moment. As they go down into Siberia, Bristow, for anyone following at home, he is clear out in front. The battle we ensued by, or it's absolutely enthralling, is a battle for 2nd, which is currently held down by Curtis Polkinghorne. But there's 2 hungry little guys who want a spot on the podium, and there's only 1 spot left. So Armit and Chambers, they are fighting for a trophy at the moment. Bristow, 6.2 seconds. What do we got this time? We'll have a look. There's 7 laps, so we're just past the halfway mark. Armit is very, very good up this straight, right in front of commentary. You'd say that's where his position is, but he's going to have to set up Polkinghorne if he's going to get a move done here, you feel. Goes to the inside. Is he going to go up the inside? No, he's not. Chambers looks to run wide and get a run. But they're all line astern. Behind Chambers, the next cart through currently is Alana Gurney. Lawson Effingham, the next in the queue, and then it is Sullivan Green, Jackson Boyle and Jet O'Leary currently round out your field. But so much of the interest is this battle from 2nd through to 4th, because it's not going to take much and it is going to be an absolute game changer. I'll tell you what, Chambers has put himself in a fairly nice position here on Armit. Look for a crisscross on the exit. Well, we might have got a bit of curb there, which has curtailed his effort. But he's very, very close. And I'll tell you what, Armit is just sensational from the time he gets to the end of the straight here until the time he comes to turn 1. He makes big ground up on Polkinghorne. Oh, Chambers has hit the back and spun. So Chambers, who was fighting for the back end of the podium, has spun. And it looks like he's out of business. So Chambers is out. Unfortunately, it's the end of a good run there. And like a proud grandfather, Remo comes over to console him. So I think you'd be giving him some encouragement because he was driving a good race up until that point. So Archie Bristow continues to lead from Polkinghorne. So now Armit, he can afford to go all out attack in this one because there's no pressure from behind anymore. He can afford to come with full force now after Polkinghorne. Oh, he's starting to size him up. Has a bit of a sniff. What have we got? 4 laps remaining. Oh, he's got a nicer line. This is that time. Could this be? Goes to the inside. Oh, he's not quite close enough, but he didn't lose any ground that time. So the classic moves at Hamilton. If you can get a crisscross on the exit of Siberia, is a beauty. If you can pop out at the last corner, it's also a beauty. But you've got to have a little bit more power to get it past in turn 1. So he tries at Armit. He's so close now with Polkinghorne. Polkinghorne has driven a superb race too, though. He has not let him have an inch. Bristow, 3 laps remain here. Oh, Jackson Boyle's turned it round on the short shoot down to Siberia. He's facing the wrong way and he is out of the kart. So Boyle, that is his race done. But Bristow comes down to the canteen corner. He has done everything right in this one. As is Curtis Polkinghorne. He has not given Armit one opportunity. Two laps remaining now for our leader. Bristow. Polkinghorne and Armit still line astern. Is it going to be a reshuffle on these positions? Or are we going to see him finish in this order? So he hasn't got, he's lost a little bit of margin. If anything, has Armit. The last lap board set to come out for Archie Bristow, this time past the stripe. So around the last corner, Archie Bristow, he has been all class once again, this young chap. He's got a big future in motorsport if he continues to go like this. Polkinghorne and Armit, they have been in an arm wrestle for all 16 laps or 15 laps so far, and they've got one last lap to settle it. Armit, can he do anything about Polkinghorne? Polkinghorne has not put a foot wrong, giving him no opportunity. They're close, but I don't think it's going to be close enough for a change of position. So the checkered flag is being held aloft for Archie Bristow as he comes around the last corner. Another absolute supreme performance from this young guy. Archie Bristow wins again in Cadet 9, brought to you by Chambers Portable Line Boring. Here they come to the last corner. Polkinghorne and Armit. What a great battle that was for the whole 16 laps. Be proud, both of you young men. 4th place for Gurney. Effingham and Sullivan home next. Sullivan Green and O'Leary rounds out the field. Jackson Boyle and Beau Chambers. Unfortunate DNFs in that one. Cadet 9 brought to you by Chambers Portable Line Boring. Tag Heavy on circuit now for their final, brought to you by All-Star Graphics and the 365 Apparel Company. Ryan Cook to start off the pole alongside Aaron Jackson, Scott King and Aidan Solomon on the second, Ray Darmsney and Adam Holt on row number 3, and Liam Pollard to round out the field. As you've seen, the weather can change like a switch here at Hamilton. So as we get set, this will be Tag Heavy for All-Star Graphics and the 365 Apparel Company. The starter's hands, nice solid formation here. They run to the flag and are away. Oh, Jackson tries a big tip in with Cook. Elbows are out. Jackson's gone through into the lead. Look at Adam Holt. He's moved up a few positions. Bit of clay track experience there helping out. He's up the inside of Solomon. He's up to P4. Solomon's going to drive past on the exit though. Holt not giving a millimetre. Pollard goes back by as well. So all to no avail there. Big moves from Holt, but didn't pay out to anything. Jackson is away, and look at him go like a rocket in the 13. King up the inside now. Cook into the last turn. So Jackson's away. Cook pulls in behind. King, the tyres, not sure of the condition for Cook. Used to light up in that first race. Oh, Jackson. Had a bit of a wobble into Siberia, but didn't cost him too much. King up to second. He's giving chase. Cook still holding off Solomon. And now the drive, the superior tyres of Solomon. Pulls out and blows by. Oh, Pollard and Holt at the end of the straight. Bit of a argument over position there, and Holt prevails. So the 44 having his best run of the day. So King gives chase here on Jackson. What can he do? Jackson motors down the straight. Fastest lap last time by for Scott King. A 37.334. Just pulled a 10th out of the margin of Jackson, who had just under a second lead. So now Pollard trying to get by the cart of Cook. Inside, outside, goes back to the inside. Looks for a crisscross. Looks like Cook's got good drive out of Siberia. But the superior grip from Pollard helps him by. So now Holt sizes up Cook. They come to the end of the straight, all crossed up is Holt, but manages to use a bit of kart control and gets by. So Cook really feeling the constraints of the lack of rubber. But up front it is Jackson, who is now under immense pressure from Scott King. King goes to the inside into Siberia's slider. But I tell you what, Jackson's better of it. He takes the good drive out of the turn and rockets back into the lead. So Jackson and King go at it. Solomon's in third, then Pollard and Holt. Cook and Dumsney. So Jackson leaving no stone unturned. Some of those big curb jumps down the front of the canteen. The crowd happy to see that action. So Jackson through the S's. Cook right in his back pocket. Solomon, Pollard, Holt, Dumsney, and now Cook. So King continues to press on Jackson. It's unbelievable that we've got to this point, round 5. It'll be the longest ever, in as long as I can remember, since King's won a round before round 5. So is today the day where Scotty comes good? Oh, he's up the inside of Jackson there. So King to the lead, Jackson into second, Solomon's comfortable, Pollard, then Holt, Dumsney, and then Ryan Cook. So King now has a little bit of margin on Jackson. Third place is Solomon. He'd be looking forward to putting a second consecutive podium in the books. Pollard sits in P4. Currently running in the top 5. Adam Holt in the 44. Oh, Dumsney's called it today. So Ray Dumsney, OUT in this one. So it helps the point situation for Ryan Cook there as he moves up to position 6. But King continues to lead. Second place is Aaron Jackson, who's having an absolute great day today. So King from Jackson, the margin was 1.2 seconds. Pollard and Dumsney, or Dumsney's out, but the last lap he did was his fastest lap, so not sure what the issue was there for Ray Dumsney. But Scott King currently taming the Buckley Park circuit, as he's done before. So 2.1 seconds now, the margin for King, with 7 laps to go. So King has taken 2 pole positions. He's finished on several podiums, but is yet to take a round win this year. Could this be it? Jackson in second, always exciting to watch. Also Solomon, another very, how would you say it, a very expressive driver. Very fluent in his steering actions. Then you've got Pollard, Holt, and rounding out the field is Ryan Cook. So King, 2.6 seconds. He put another 6/10 into Jackson last time by. Down to the end of the straight. Board says 5 laps remaining. King just giving the airbox a bit of a pat, keeping everything nice and cool. He's on the march. 4 laps remain. So once more down the main straight here as the sky starts to darken again here at Hamilton. King from Jackson. Solomon sits in P3. 4 laps remain now. Pollard, Holt and Cook. So Cook just needs to put a finish in the books here. Those tyres say that not much more is possible. So he'll try and bank a points finish here. King, fastest lap of the race, at 36.934. Jackson at 37.428. So King just cruising now on what looks to be a likely win here at Hamilton. So King comes around, 2 laps remaining here for the multiple VCS Series champion. Aaron Jackson looking likely for a podium here. I tell you, Solomon's becoming under increasing pressure here from Liam Pollard. So Pollard's got a bit of a sniff here on Solomon. I'm not sure that Solomon's had a look over the shoulders. The rain starts to come down again. Has a bit of a look over the right shoulder. I'm not sure if he would have seen him there. So Pollard, a bit of a sniff. as King comes down through the last turn. One more lap remains, 700 metres. Second place is currently Jackson, but look at the battle for third. I think Solomon thinks he's cruising, and here comes Pollard. Pollard's up on the high side. Tries it, could get a crisscross out of the S's here. And he does. He's got more pace at the moment, Pollard. So look for a possible change of position. Goes for the crisscross on the exit of Siberia. Does he get the drive? Solomon positions his car beautifully. Nothing doing there. But King round the last corner. It's taken till round 5, but he's a round winner in 2022. Scott King wins for All-Star Graphics and the 365 Apparel Company. Pollard gets up to third. So Jackson for second. Oh, Pollard. Solomon threw it in there, but it's going to be Pollard. What a drive from Liam Pollard to get the final spot on the podium. Solomon finishes fourth. Holt home in fifth. And Ryan Cook managing those bald tyres. One last corner. Comes to the finish line for position number 6. That was Tank Heavy for All-Star Graphics and the 365 Apparel Company. Restricted medium on the circuit now for KFC, their final. Corey McCullough and Terry Rankin to start off the front row. Josh Fielding will not take part in this race, so Jeremy Keendrod will be up to position number 3 alongside Jack Ryan. James Head and Bo Humphrey to start next in the order. Daniel Stewart and Mark Shrub, Max Lumsden, Zeke Sloan, Nathan Rosensberg, Ben Peveril, Chris Wright, Rowan Tonkin will not take part either, and Chris Devlin. Tonkin is there in position number 15. So Devlin will not take part in this one. Not sure about Chris Gardner. McCullough's got his lucky wind cheater on. They're ready to go. For KFC, this is tag restricted medium. Zeke Sloan is not going to take the start with the field odds. Look at Jack Ryan straight in the middle. Ryan's very sideways. Well, Ryan takes to the grass. Little shortcut there. Oh, no, Storer's been turned around. He's been straightened up again, though. That's 3 times I've seen that today now. So, he's spun around again, so it's a bad day. It's just got worse for Daniel Storer. But look where Beau Humphries come from position at number 7 up to second. Jack Ryan sits in third. Keensrod's had a good weekend. Rankin, Lumsden. So Lumsden was quick at Horsham. Rosenzweig's in there too. Mark Shrub. James Head. Right. And then it's Storer and Tonkin. Well, we got one out down the bottom end here, which is Peveril. So Peveril's out. Zeke Sloan is also out of this one as well by the looks of it. So the rain is absolutely teeming down here at Buckley Park Raceway. And it's Corey McCullough out in front who leads from Beau Humphrey. Oh, Humphrey's caught up very, very quickly to McCullough now. Jack Ryan sits in position number 3. So Corey just got woken up with a move up at Siberia. So those 2 green helmets are going to go head-to-head for the rest of this one. Jack Ryan sits in position number 3. So Beau Humphrey was half a second faster on that last lap. But watch for McCullough to use a bit more up now. So Humphrey, McCullough, Ryan, Keensrod, Rosenzweig, Rankin, Lumsden, Shrub, Storer, Head, Tonkin. Right, the next car through. So our front Beau Humphrey has cleared out 2 of a second faster. That last time passed was Humphrey over McCullough. Ryan, Keensrod, Rosenzweig, Max Lumsden, Terry Rankin, Mark Shrub, Daniel Storers in position number 9. Tonkin in 10th. James Head, Chris Wright. And we've got retirement for Ben Peveril. And Josh Fielding and Zeke Sloan did not take the start in this one. So through comes Humphrey in the lead. McCullough sits in position 2. Jack Ryan, Jeremy Keensrod, Rosenzweig. Big move from Daniel Storer down the last corner. Lumsden, Rankin, then it's Storer who just gets by Shrub. Rowan Tonkin. And then James Head. So the margin just under a second now for Humphrey, who seems to have pace to burn in these conditions at the moment. So Humphrey a leader, McCullough in second, Jack Ryan. And then you've got Keensrod and Rosenzweig. Bit of daylight back to Lumsden. Then Terry Rankin, Daniel Storer. Shrub and Tonkin. Oh, Chris Wright's pulled off the circuit to let the leaders through. Very gentlemanly. So it is still Beau Humphrey with another fastest lap of the race with a 38.470 is still your leader. Corey McCullough in position number 2. Jack Ryan, Jeremy Keensrod's having a standout weekend. Nathan Rosenzweig, Max Lumsden, Daniel Storer, Terry Rankin, Mark Shrub, Rowan Tonkin, James Head and Chris Wright, your field at the moment. So 8 laps remain here for Bo Humphrey, so just at the halfway point in this one. So Humphrey leads McCullough. Jack Ryan will be looking to add another podium to his collection. So Humphrey from McCullough, Ryan, Keensrod and Rosensberg, Lumsden, Storer, Rankin, Shrub, Tonkin, Head and Wright. So through goes Humphrey, McCullough. I tell you what, Jack Ryan, fastest lap of the race for him. And he was the fastest kart on the track that last time by was Jack Ryan. So Ryan starting to try and put a bit of work into McCullough. The second, the difference between those two at the moment. But at the moment, Bo Humphrey showing the field a clean pair of heels. Started from position number 7 in this one. And is the leader. So Humphrey, McCullough, Ryan as they come by. Keensrod and Rosensberg. No real tight battles left in this one. Probably the Terry Rankin, Mark Shrub. He's in at the moment. Rowan Tonkin tacked on the back of them. So Terry Rankin looks to be having a heck of a lot of fun out there, but I don't know if it's the fastest way around the circuit. He currently sits in position at number 8. So Bo Humphrey's got 1.9 seconds, pulled another 2/10 out. And I'll tell you what, McCullough has turned on the afterburners a little bit to shrug off Jack Ryan. So Jack Ryan now sits in P3. About 3.5 seconds behind Corey McCullough. After that got down to just on a second not so long ago. Oh, Terry Rankin now, he's in the mud. So he's going back to his speedway roots. But currently Bo Humphrey is absolutely smoking them here in the rain at Hamilton. So Humphrey at 38.965. McCullough and Ryan have actually almost matched that time, pretty close. But as we've said so many times today, track position is king. And the man with the track position at the moment is Bo Humphrey. So Humphrey down past the canteen, down the hill into the final corner. He's going to see 3 laps remaining on the board. It's been a big run from Bo Humphrey. James Head now in between him and McCullough. Jack Ryan the next through. He's in a podium position. Jeremy Keensrod has had his best weekend for many, many years in today. He's in position number 4. Rosensberg the next one through. Daniel Storer, who could forget, he got half spun, straightened up, and then spun at the next corner at the start. So a wretched run for Storer. He does his fastest lap of the race with a 38.775. So one of the fastest karts on the track that last time by was Storer. Of course, Rosenberg, he was quick as well on that last one. So 2 laps remain now for Bo Humphrey between he and a 3rd round win for this season. Storer comes by, so he's in position number 6, so it won't be a bad points haul for Daniel Storer. Plenty of water out there as Humphrey comes down the hill. He's going to see the last lap board this time past. On his way to a big win here is Bo Humphrey. Just under 3 seconds to Corey McCullough, Jack Ryan, Jeremy Keensrod, Nathan Rosensberg. Storer's the next one through, Lumsden, and then Tonkin. Shrub, Rankin and Head rounds out your runners at the moment. So here comes Humphrey to the end of the straight. 2 more corners to negotiate. The lap cart runs wide to let him through for a photo opportunity, I'm guessing. But it's Beau Humphrey who takes the win. That's a big one. Corey McCullough home in P2. Jack Ryan in 3rd. Keensrod home in 4th. Oh no, it's actually Rosensvig who grabs Keensrod for P4. 5, Storer home in 6th. Lumsden's going to be in 7th. 8th will be Tonkin, Shrub 9th, and Terry Rankin will round out your 10. James Head, the only other finisher in position number 11. That one brought to you by KFC, who's tag restricted medium. X30 on track now, brought to you by Remo Racing, Miami, and the X30 engine. The grid for this one, starting on the front row, it's Jacob Dowson and Nathan Williams. Jackson Johnson and Parker Scott to start from the second. Jack Bell and Matthew Domishen to start from row number 3. Thomas Hughes and Kobe Trigg from row number 4. Nick Ryan and Derek Rogers to start from the 5th. And Maverick Benson and Will Misson to start from the 6th row. So we're away. Good start there from Dowson. They go in very deep. Lots of carts congested. Oh, we lost a nose cone there. Might be Jack Bell, I think's gone old school. No nose cone. Kobe Triggs off the circuit. So Jack Bell is going to be out of this event. So nose cone gone. Still tries a passing manoeuvre down the straight, does Bell. Continues on, so Dowson your leader. Johnson in second. Then you've got Nathan Williams. Jack Bell's the next in the order. So Bell, then Parker Scott. Domishen, Ryan. Rogers, Benson, Hughes, Misson and Trigg. Riley Jabke not featuring in the starting grid here. So officials removing the clamps and the nose cone from the circuit at the S's. So Jack Bell, I think he just wanted a couple extra laps on the circuit. He knew what was going on. Thumbs up for the officials. So it's Dowson who does the fastest lap of the race on lap number 2 with a 37.421. To give you a rundown, 38.432 for Jackson Johnson. So just whacks a second into him on the second lap. So Dowson doing as he pleases, as he has done all weekend. Jackson Johnson, Nathan Williams, Parker Scott coming on strong, Matt Domishan. Then you got Nick Ryan and Derek Rogers. Will miss and lost that wheel in the earlier event. Coming through as well. Kobe Trick and then Mav Benson. Thomas Hughes is rounding out your 11 kart field now. So Jack Bell has pulled in Sands nose cone. So Dowson has absolutely checked out here. 3.1 seconds after 3 laps. He's put a massive margin into him, as he's done all day. Jackson Johnson sits in P2. Nathan Williams, Parker Scott, Matt Domishan. Well, Matt Benson's just made the move on Kobe Trigg there for position number 9. So Dowson's gone. The more interest in this battle is between Jackson Johnson, Nathan Williams, and then Parker Scott and Matt Domishan. Will Misson battling hard with Nick Ryan and Derek Rogers. Benson's got clear of Trigg now. So Thomas Hughes has also parked it and called it a day in this one. He's had enough. So down comes Dowson, down the hill once more. He's going to see 10 laps remaining in a class that he has absolutely dominated this weekend. Of course, Dowson has won 3 of the previous 4 rounds, and he's on target to make that 4 out of 5. So I've lost Jackson Johnson there at some point. He's drifted back on the last lap. So Williams is into second, Domishan and Parker Scott. So I missed what happened there with Jackson Johnston. But he now sits in position at number 5. Will miss an old Ryan, big slider there, trying to fend off Mav Benson, who all of a sudden looks to have a bit of pace in the 51. So Dowson definitely not going easy on it. In the lead, Williams has got a little bit of breathing space from Domishan. Behind Marcus Scott. Oh, Jackson Johnson way off the track. Pulls straight back onto the racing line in front of Nick Ryan and also Mav Benson. So they're going to attack him down into Siberia. Nothing doing there. So still your lead is Dowson in a different postcode once again. The South Australian is nearly halfway home. So, but it's Nathan Williams sits in second. Then you've got Domishan. Marcus doing another job under the tutelage once again, I believe it's Johnny Dankowski. So Dowson down the hill once more. Been impeccable all weekend. Nathan Williams has been fast as well. Representing the Hamilton Club this weekend is Nathan Williams. He's in P2. Matt Domishan. Then you've got Parker Scott, Will Misson, Derek Rogers, Jackson Johnson. Mav Benson's got some pace on board, as we said earlier. He's now cleared Nick Ryan. and goes after Jackson Johnston. Kobe Trigg currently running out your runners in position at number 10. So it's interesting. Williams, Domishan, Scott, fastest laps last lap. Jackson Johnston, fastest lap. So plenty of guys doing fast laps now. So Williams sits in position number 2 from Domishan. And then Parker Scott, Misson and Rogers. Jackson Johnston and Mav Benson. Kobe Trigg comes through in position at number 10. So Dowson, he currently has a huge margin here. From Williams, we'll see what the margin is. They come past 11.5 seconds. So he's got about a third of a lap in hand. Williams currently sits second. Domishan and Parker Scott. A little bit of interest there with those three. Misson, Rogers, Jackson Johnston, Mav Benson, Nick Ryan and Kobe Trigg. So the final spot on the podium there is up for dispute between Matt Domishan and also Parker Scott. Although Domishan, he's looking more to attack P2 than defend P3. So they come past once again. There's going to be 3 laps remaining in X30. And then we're going to run the last final of the day, which will be restricted light. But X30, this class brought to you by Remo Racing, Iami, and that brilliant X30 engine. As Dowson comes down the hill once more. Williams comfortably in second, but Domishan not giving up. He's got a trophy in his hands at the moment. Parker Scott, he's sitting P4. Misson has made a big comeback. Derek Rogers sits next. Then Jackson Johnston and Mav Benson. Nick Ryan and Kobe Trigg. So last lap now for Dowson. He's almost in a race of his own. Williams sits second. Oh, Domishan has been dispatched there by Parker Scott. So Scott's in a podium position now. So I'm not sure what happened to Domishan. I missed that manoeuvre. But all of a sudden, Parker Scott's on the podium, as he'd been in the opening 3 rounds. But it's going to be Jacob Dowson, an absolutely supreme performance for the South Australian, who wins X30. And a very stylish photo opportunity as he goes over the line. For Remo Racing, Iami and the X30 engine. Nathan Williams comes around. He's going to finish in second at this rate. Second for Williams. Third for Parker Scott. Domishan, the next card home. Will Misson. Derek Rogers. Jackson Johnston and Mav Benson come across the line next, ahead of Nick Ryan and Kobe Trigg. That was X30 for Remo Racing, Iami and the X30 engine. Just one more to go before with Mick Abbott and also Remo Luciani, undefeated so far in this series. So Spiros, down the hill he goes. He's got 11 laps remaining. We've got 11 laps for this VCS Round 5. Brought to you by DPE Kart Superstore here at Buckley Park Raceway, Hamilton. So a good battle there with Leighton Aitken and Holt as they go past in 11th and 12th. Maloney, who was so impressive earlier in the day, he currently sits in position number 13. So Spiros Anagnostopoulos leads Soteropoulos and Rankin. Dowling, is he going to make a move here? He tries now on Rankin. They're fighting for a podium. And I'll tell you what, there's not a lot in it. So Dowling gets a good run up the outside on Rankin as they come into Siberia. Look for the crisscross. Does he get enough overlap as they come up the hill? Nothing doing this time by. But I tell you what, Spiros is extending his margin here. 5.4 seconds now. Apart from a DNF earlier, it's been an unblemished record here for Spiros. Oh, Dowling, he's got by Rankin. Rankin goes right back by. So I tell you, that was a big slide by Jacob Dowling. He didn't need that slide and it allowed Rankin to make a manoeuvre back. But I tell you what, the Rankin kart, it's the Dowling kart is actually very, very loose at the moment. Anagnostopoulos goes through on Maloney. A lap down, Oscar Maloney being very, very courteous. So the Sot sits in second. Oh, Dowling at the inside again at the end of the main straight on Rankin. We'll see if Rankin has another look, and he does. So Rankin drives it straight back to the inside on the last turn. This is a great battle between these two. So it's where the action is at the moment. Andrew Ray just a bit off the back of him. Rankin and Dowling almost a carbon copy of the last few laps where they go side by side into Siberia. Rankin usually prevails and does so again this time. So watch for Dowling. His main straight move is the go for him. He gets good drive off. I reckon he's going to try it again. Here we go. Deja vu. I've seen it all before. Watch for Tim Rankin at the last corner. That's what normally happens. But I tell you what, he's been balked a little bit. And Dowling is actually going to come through this time. So nearly the same thing every lap they've done. It's been a great race. Lee Wilkinson getting out of the way. Very, very gentlemanly. But out front, it's Spiros Anagnostopoulos, who is still leading from Andrew Soteropoulos. And I tell you, last time by, it was 2 seconds the margin on that, just that lap alone for Spiros. 10.3 seconds. This guy is an absolute jet. We need to see him without the restrictor next year and see what he's really got. But I tell you what, he has done an epic job in restricted light. So past comes the Sot, Andrew Soteropoulos, who is absolutely no slouch, but is 11.6 seconds off the lead. Dowling currently in P3. So Dowling has now broken clear of Tim Rankin. Trying to put some work into the Sot, but he's going to have to do a lot more work. New fastest lap for Spiros. Stop it. A 37.577. Mind you, there was only one other kart in the 38s last lap, and Spiros is in the 37s, the mid-37s. Oscar Maloney, he's got the best seat in the house at the end of the straight there, parked up for a look. So Spiros, 37.577, if you do not mind. There is only one other kart, Daniel Go Lightly, I believe, who's in the 38s in this field, and Spiros is in the mid-37s. He is absolutely turning into an alien out there at the moment. So there's 4 laps to go for Spiros. Anagnostopoulos Soteropoulos, as I said, no slouch whatsoever, but he's getting absolutely smoked here by Spiros. Dowland's done an excellent job. He's going to land on the podium here. Tim Rankin sits in P4, just ahead of Andrew Ray. Daniel Golightly, who's been very quick. Another 38-second lap for Golightly. He's the second fastest kart. Well, actually, he was the fastest kart on the track last time by. So Golightly is lighting up the screens. So Spiros, another lap in the books. He's now done 13. So he's got 3 more circulations in the park. And what a job he's done. Just try and find Spiros. He comes around the last corner. Board says 2 laps to go. There's been some amazing performances today. And this stacks up there right amongst them at the top. The side in second. Dowland, who has been really impressive in this final, sits in position number 3. He's well clear now with Rankin and Ray. And I'll tell you what, Daniel Golightly has done an absolute stellar job to sit in position number 6 and is still one of the fastest karts on this go-kart track. He, along with Spiros, he's the only one in the 38-second bracket. So the last lap board is due to come out for Spiros. Well, he's actually on his last lap now, I believe. So Golightly could press up here with Rankin and also Ray. But Spiros on the main straight. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. This has been absolutely amazing performance. So he comes down the hill. It's a big one for Spiros. The checkered flag's going to be held aloft. He'll be excited with this. Wins round number 5. Spiros Adagnostopoulos, your winner, in an amazing performance. To give you an idea, the Soteropoulos just coming down the hill now. This is one of the biggest margins of the day. Soteropoulos home in P2. Dowland home in P3. A 16.5 second margin, so almost half a lap. Rankin home in 4th. Ray in 5th. 6th is Daniel Golightly. Josh Lackas will be the next kart home. Jaden Christensen looks to be home in position number 8. Matthew Elliott, Josh Holt gets a top 10. Jaden Bridge, Bailey Leighton Aitken, and we lost Oscar Maloney and Lee Wilkinson. And ladies and gentlemen, that rounds out the racing component here of round 5 of the DPE Kart Superstore Victorian Country Series. We thank you for your patronage and look forward to seeing you at the next round on the 19th and 20th of November at the Ballarat Kart Club. And just a reminder that there will be an extra round of heats there at Ballarat. So there will be practice on the Friday afternoon. So in the meantime, I'm Andrew for AHR Media. Drive safe and we'll see you in Ballarat.